Okay, I think we're just about set. Let's cut to the main screen, and we are live. Good evening, everyone. So, yeah, first start stream with my new avatar, so gonna be pretty fun. Yeah. A bit different from the last time I did the 6 fan art meme. Gonna be making each picture I draw, each panel I draw an individual picture, and which I will then cut and paste into the main template over here, which I ultimately found in a high quality version, and also it's also I made it transparent because I kind of like making my templates a bit unique. If you're wondering why it has a lot less artifacts, it's mainly because I'm using the original old template from the original old creator of the meme. Yeah. Surprised I could actually find that thing too. Hope I don't lose it again. Alright. So while we draw, haven't really done a video reaction in a good while. Or at least a solo one. But I kind of wanted to look at another lolcow, so I think it's about time you guys learned about the very infamous Star Giant. Especially with some recent developments about them. To give you a very brief introduction, Star Giant was effectively Mr. Enter's old editor. And to make a quick, and of course to summarize it in one joke, Rebecca was his worst editor. Or maybe not Rebecca now, since apparently she's detransitioned. It's complicated, but yeah, we're gonna start with the Lazy Bedheads video on the topic, since her video is kind of the definitive TLDR of the whole fiasco. And I know that some people might actually be hesitant to watch her videos because of her involvement with the Cyberspark controversy, but she's long since made an apology for that, and ultimately dismantled the entire conspiracy along with it. So, yeah, obviously it was a massive redemption to her. But yeah, let's get on with the video, shall we? And yeah, let's also play the intro, because this part's actually pretty important to emphasize my point of Lazy actually doing her due diligence. Oh, actually, hold that thought. Got BRP. Sorry. But, yeah, that is pretty ominous first quote. Please hold. Ah, there it is. Oh, hey, Riddle. Sorry, I have to BRB real quick. Alright, sorry for the BRB, everyone. Dinner kinda was ready sooner than I thought, so I'm gonna go ahead and finish that up real quick. Shouldn't take too long. Well, kinda, anyways. Oh, hey, Zach. I'm still in BRB mode, but I will be back once I get the dinner finished. All right. Beaten. So, yeah, back to this. Never try to be infamous, huh? Let's see how well this sentence ages. But first, a word from, well, the video's creator. Yeah, it's a bit of a long story. Oh, hey, Zigzagoon. Is this another one of those, she's actually 1,000 years old? It's just a time thing. Oh, yeah, this is basically me drawing and making commentary on a video. It's I'm doing the six fan arts meme, except I'm making each of the pictures individually, and then I'm gonna post them here. And yeah, I'm doing fine, Zigzagoon. I just kind of got a little less sleep lately. You know, just average artist first world problems. That's not gonna age well. Yeah. Yeah, I don't either. I don't play Danganronpa, so yeah. This one's also yeah, it's yeah, the term hermaphrodite has been dated for ages. I know the furry community has ultimately adopted it for a long time, but some things just don't age well in the furry community. I should know. I've seen plenty of those. At least for Affinity, changed the tags finally. And it seems to be less of those. Which, yeah, there's like several at this point, sadly. I hate the fact that I actually have to ask that question. Damn, that sounds like an awesome band name. Kudos. Yeah, I feel like their channel is gonna be a whole lot more relevant these days. Yeah, yeah, there's a very good reason for those being cut, and I might actually go over that in a if we ever get around to the sequel to this video tonight. Specifically, the most shameful predator hunt of all time by Mr. Enter. And yeah, I can ultimately give. Though I will say, the testimonies in question that got cut were from a person named Endo, who, if I recall correctly, was the grooming victim of a person named of an infamous content creator named Nekopon, who we will also get to in a bit in this documentary, but she'll explain why they got cut. Back to the documentary. Oh god, I ain't who I think it is. Oh god, nope, nope, get him off the screen. Yeah, we don't talk about that guy. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, the rant tuber was still kicking in the 2010s, so no one can hear my video. God damn it. Alright. Yeah. Alright, so starting over. Yeah, from the beginning of the documentary, unfortunately. So, yeah, I was in. So, for the edited videos audience, I accidentally left the desktop audio off. So, yeah, that's why we're cutting all the way to cutting the overview out. But, TLDR, it was just going over why the video was ultimately a long video instead of the short, instead of the two-parter.
You know what I miss? I miss those, like, unnecessarily angry cartoon reviewers. You know, the ones that are represented by some drawn cartoon character yelling about movies and shows primarily meant for a child audience. Yeah. I miss that shit. That shit was.
I mean, they're still around. It's just that a lot of them don't really get traction nowadays since, I don't know, the USAs are more popular. Also, the RantTuber era just kind of died, so.
Was funny.
Normal to North is a nightmare. The Emoji Movie is a ripoff
Oh,
of
fuck,
the
not
Lego
this
Movie,
dude again.
and Sausage Party, this shitty-ass clusterfuck!
Oh, not that guy. That guy was a pedophile.
But I'm a Mami Tomoe lover.
I made some inappropriate choices in Roblox without thinking twice.
See, a lot of this.
Jesus. Fucking Christ, he was also on Roblox. God damn it. How did I fucking know? Star Giant's editor seems very similar to Pint's. I don't remember who I don't really know who Pint is. Can you give me a TLDR? WoW and Final Fantasy 14 constant. Huh. Yes, that's why I never heard of them. Don't really play a lot of MMOs. Probably should. Friends have been begging me to play 14 for a while.
Visceral nonsense was generated from the minds of children. Or man-children.
So average internet user.
About media we consume. The angry part is attributed to this era of loud equals funny on the internet. Or because they didn't understand that the nostalgia critic and the angry video game nerd are characters.
So, RantTube era.
And not like real people that got that angry for real.
I don't know, I've seen plenty who have.
Angry reviewers being popularized by Doug Walker and James Rolfe. I would argue that this particular style of cartoon reviewer was more so popularized by Jonathan Rosansky, also known as the mysterious Mr. Enter.
Or the turning red guy, as everyone calls him.
As long as I can remember. Hell, I remember watching him back when I was in middle school. Man, middle school was a strange time. Like, what was I even watching back then? There was Markiplier, Slenderman Let's Play, Mr. Enter getting mad at SpongeBob, and creepypastas. Sometimes all three of those things are combined into the online horrors that traumatize children raised on the internet. Enter's point of interest when he first started his YouTube channel
we all have this
was
at one point.
episodes of My Little Pony, which expanded into other cartoons with his most popular series on his channel, Animated Atrocities. Enter has a long history of controversy and criticism, but honestly, the fact that he's still here regardless of all of that negativity is kind of impressive. I mean, look, say what you want about that turning red clip, but I thought that shit was hilarious.
This film takes place.
Yeah, even uses it as a gag nowadays.
I bring this up because it radically altered the culture of the time.
Like, come on, that shit is fucking funny.
Hit the Pentagon!
Team Enter would have many editors join and leave over time, mostly on good terms with Enter. All of them except for one. This particular editor was so much of a nuisance, it warranted a response from Enter twice within the last 2 years. Several of their fellow
What do you mean you're a boomer like me? I grew up on Romeo the Squirrel, Life Leak, and Flash cartoons. I mean, I did too. Rest in peace, Flash cartoons. At least Newgrounds is around.
collaborators and employees have spoken out against them, and even worse so, this person was making plans to move in with a 17-year-old. Why do they always do this?
It's always the fucking 17-year-old. Jesus Christ. You can still animate it in Flash, plenty of abandonware. Oh yeah. I think I can still find a pirated copy somewhere. A lot of paint programs tend to have animation built in nowadays, so also the abundance of game development programs. I mean, sure, having a very convenient tool to make those Flash games is ultimately just gone, but yeah, still something I miss.
This is gonna be a weird video. This might be the first time we talk about an online figure that is, well, genuinely hilarious to me. They do, like, horrendous shit later, which we will get into, and, you know, address it with the professionalism and the integrity that it deserves. But as of right now, I want to laugh at stupid online editor drama for a minute. So let's talk about who is considered Mr. Enter's most notorious and hated editor, Star Giant Productions.
Yeah, I still find it funny that someone from Enter's team actually contacted, or at least I think it was someone from Enter's team who contacted Lazy about this. But yeah, so glad this very infamous character has been getting more attention.
I am the mysterious Mr. Enter. My name is John. Most people just call me Mr. Enter, though. Beyond my YouTube content, I do watch some shows and cartoons on my own. I mostly play video games and write for fun. And I go on walks, stuff like that.
You go out and touch grass.
Yes. Star Giant Productions used to be in my Discord server and was one of my editors for a time. Then she kind of went crazy, putting it mildly. I don't remember having her back in like 2017, 2018. I don't remember her having any overly bad attributes or any of the kind of nonsense she would later develop into.
Yeah, that would totally be a crisis if they ultimately tried to sneak back into the internet under... Oh god, I can't even finish that. One moment at a time.
I think she actually kind of kept to herself a lot.
Here's a better joke. What does this episode love to do?
I don't know. What?
Suck.
Okay, I'll give you that one, Ann.
This is Rebecca Starlight.
If I could give 5 words of advice, it would be this. Never try to be infamous.
Rebecca Starlight, real name Rebecca Kruleski, is an online cartoon reviewer and editor who ran her own editing team, as well as edit early on for the mysterious Mr. Enter. But before we dive deep into the archives of Star Giant Productions, I do want to take a pause and give this brief foreword that will be important to this presentation. Rebecca Starlight, or Star Giant Productions, identifies as a trans woman, with most of her online
identified, but we'll get to that later.
It is important context to understand that Rebecca has explained being unable to transition for financial reasons, as well as an unsupportive relationship with her family. With added context, I will please ask to be respectful in the comments of Rebecca's identity. Anyone being outwardly transphobic will not be tolerated. Thank you. Rebecca was popular on DeviantArt before transitioning into making YouTube content. Archives from her page in 2018 show her creations of Enter-style reviews on lined paper, which is seen in Enter's older content. There was also
that's
art
a good sign.
featuring Mr. Enter and post from her meeting Lauren Faust, the creator of My Little Pony Friendship is Magic. Most strange, however, are uploads to her DeviantArt page that show a drastic shift in quality. Along with this drastic shift was also very bizarre artwork. What I mean...
The average DeviantArt artwork. Come on, I'm a fucking DeviantArt user, I can make that joke.
What I mean by this is, as apparent as it is in their username, Star Giant is a fan of GTS fetish artwork.
Yeah, average DeviantArt user.
Now, what exactly does GTS stand for? Well, it's kind of like it's not an acronym, but it's a shortened form for Giantess artwork. Look, I'm just warning you guys, right?
The quickest way to enter into this art CC team is just make me art their character. Yeah, yeah, I totally believe that, actually. I feel like that might be a double-edged sword, though. Can you verify that, actually?
This shit's about to get so fucking weird. Macrophilia, in literal terms, means lover of large. This is the sexual fantasy or fascination with giants, more specifically with giantesses or giant women. Macrophilia has been popularized online by
Making fan art of a commentary community YouTuber, her being a bit of a I was wondering if it was a double-edged sword if drawing fan art of your commentary YouTuber is a double-edged sword. Like, I know that, like, on one hand, you are a bit closer to the commentator, but commentators are also ridiculously human and tend to learn some all their more noteworthy flaws. And it seems kind of more like parasocialism. Maybe I'm just paranoid. I don't know. Just seen a lot of shit in the YouTube community is what I'm saying. Hey. I've been around way too long. Maybe I just need to touch grass.
sites like DeviantArt, where a lot of this fetish artwork was shared without shame or filtering.
Yeah. I can totally imagine that, actually.
From the website itself. Giantess fetishes
Fan
often
art's
get
fun.
paired with other fetishes based on like the obvious correlations. Such fetishes that are often included with macrophilia are podophilia, or a foot fetish, vorophilia, which is vor, and crush fetishism. The drastic change in art
And those are the first three she listed. What? I'm a fucking furry.
style with Rebecca's deviations were due to her commissioning other artists to fulfill this fetish. This isn't the only fetish that she would partake in openly, as many of these art requests would ask for exposing belly buttons and tight-fitting latex clothing. Most commissions from Rebecca were fetish art of her own channel mascot. Within her own Discord server were also several fetish channels for vor, femboys, and futanari, which is basically hermaphrodites. As open as Rebecca
clearly
was
someone
with
forgot
her
to
sexual
edit that out.
fantasies on DeviantArt, the most disturbing part isn't even her commissioned artwork, but her public likes.
Yeah, when she said one of them. Yeah, I mean, that's really just my eyes in general. I'm using a PNG avatar that follows my every motion, so
featuring giantess artwork of real people, such as Jaden animations. There's also numerous pieces
God,
of
she's
artwork
one of
that depict
those.
minor cartoon characters fulfilling these specific fetishes.
yeah, to anyone in the audience who may actually be watching who does that, please fucking don't. Unless you have their express consent. It's fucking creepy.
All without any attempt to age up the character.
Rebecca has.
And I say this as someone who draws very specific artwork. It's fucking creepy when you do it to real people without their consent.
Favorited fetish art of Rosa from Pokemon, age 12. May from Pokemon, age 10. Star Butterfly from Star Versus.
Okay, yeah, the Pokemon trainers don't actually have a listed age, but, well, except for Hilda, but, and, yeah, I think the Sun and Moon trainer, but, yeah, he is, he's involved in a very specific incident that was attached to Star Giant. You probably, and if you know anything about Leo Convoy, you know exactly what fucking incident that was. Well, he's chilled now. I will say, though, I do kind of feel bad for him for the whole... I do kind of feel bad for him and with the I Love Kim Possible a lot situation. Yeah, at least tried to... He tried to get her to actually contact the police, but yeah, I don't really need to explain how badly that did not work. I think you kind of heard the story from him. How... That actually does explain why she contacted you for that one call. What was... did you... I know this is gonna be a bit of an uncomfortable question, but, did you notice anything off about her behavior? You don't have to answer the question if you don't want to. It's just... She's, I just have to ask about some of these things. It's... Man, the whole event was a shit show. Jesus Christ. Nightbot, could you have chosen a worst time to spam my links? Okay, she has a history of... Holy shit. I had suspicions, but Jesus Christ. I'm so sorry you had to deal with all that. Yeah, I don't make fun of her for having those disabilities. I ultimately make fun of her because she just makes every terrible decision in spite of those. Yeah, you understand what I'm saying, right? Alright. Yeah, let's get back to the previous let's get back to the video actually.
Age 15, Luz and Amity from Owl House. Age 15, and Boon Choi from Amphibia. Age 15, Susan and Mary Test from Johnny Test. Age 13, Callie from Splatoon. Age 14, Mari from Omari. Age 16, Candace from Phineas and Ferb. Age 15, Madoka from Madoka Magica. Age 14, Homura from Madoka Magica. Age 14, Akko from Little Witch Academia. Age 16, Uraka from My Hero Academia. Age 15, Ash from Pokemon. Age 10, Chihiro from Danganronpa.
Ah, yeah. That's good. I will take your word on that. So, given her current behavior, I don't think she's really gonna be able to actually be able to burn you down. Especially when I can... I mean, if you happen to know Leo, I definitely know that you're gonna be able to contact quite a few people if she actually pulls anything.
Age 17, Chihiro from Spirited Away. Age 10.
That's a child! Why did you draw him like this? Why are they making bedroom eyes?
Now, fetishes aren't necessarily bad things. We're not here to kink shame. But given this was a DeviantArt creator, Star Giant was bound to be into some weird shit. And you know, I've mastered the art of minding my own business. If anything, I tried to be at least a little open-minded because it's not like being into giants really hurts anyone. You know, because Ginormica, so I sort of understand. I don't understand making children draw you kink art, though. That's the part I don't.
Yeah, same here.
understand. Star Giant also made their own Weebly website where she describes herself as an animation critic. I talk about the bad and good of animation. I plan on doing this for a while now. The goal of each video is more or less to tell you if this animation is good or not and whether or not you should watch it in the end. I also work on another series called Cartoon Network 64, where I basically give a review to all 64 original Cartoon Network cartoons. Star Giant has a YouTube channel where she used to have a team of editors help produce content.
Well, had one. But we'll get to that.
But for the most part, Rebecca's content is solely produced by herself. The most popular content that was solely original was her coverage on Lily Orchard? Hold on a sec, didn't we just talk about that person?
If I had a nickel for every time.
And, okay, yeah, I'm gonna spoil a future video, but, they apparently don't have any beef anymore. And decided to even forgive them in a Google Doc. But we'll get to that story when we get to that story. Jesus Christ, I can't draw eyes.
Orchard is mentioned. I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice, right?
Now, Star Giant's content isn't really what Star Giant is well known for. I mean, sure, her YouTube videos do play a role, but her most notable work comes from her time with Mr. Enter. But before we get into the Enter era, we can briefly talk about the perception of her YouTube presence.
Ow. Where am I? Is this some sort of internet animation meme or whatever that I just don't get that's overused and shit?
Star Giant's channel of 75,000 subscribers features a wide variety of content that all relates back to animation. The variety expands to exclusive cartoon reviews, top 10s, ranking videos, and the occasional drama video. One of the biggest criticisms that was levied at Rebecca was her attempts at copying off of Mr. Enter.
Hey Lois, this reminds me of the time I tried to give flight lessons.
Hey Lois, this reminds me of the time that I drove Dash
Discount Mr. Enter. Dang.
to her job.
Now, this can be explained by her also being Enter's editor, so if their content looks similar, it's because they're edited.
Huh, that's weird. Why isn't... Why don't you turn your... Ah, okay, there we go. Huh. Axel chat seems to... very dodgy. And yeah, I actually still like Mr. Enter, despite all the controversies he seemed to get over the years. Mainly because because unlike Star Giant, he actually learned from his mistakes. Kind of a rarity when it comes to wall cows, to be honest.
By the same person. But when people say that she copies off of Enter, what they mean is that she tries to be a carbon copy of Mr. Enter's personality, usually sharing similar opinions, overly angry in their review style.
The fact that no one has ever said this once makes me extremely angry more than anything else.
Making ridiculous claims and reaches in logic.
But Rarity was only parodying a scene from Game of Thrones and nothing more! Bitch, that doesn't explain why Rarity chained a child and why that child, when freed, ran away screaming like an abused child.
I am Rarity, mother of dragons.
Rarity is a dangerous pedophile.
Yeah, and those are just the samples. I don't really know where to... Apparently there's an archive channel in case you want to see more of this type of cringe, but, you really want to? Oh. Alright. See you later.
That is what this episode is. Touch the child! Or the Fluttershy pedophile arc. And I say that because Fluttershy was attending something meant for small children, and she acted like a small child, even though that she is an adult.
Bitch, you better be joking.
And sometimes even saying the exact same things word for word.
I don't copy off other people, for the record. I get inspired. People said I got fired for plagiarism. Ironically enough, I flunked college for that reason alone.
Foreshadowing is a literary device. Yes, that was
I
plagiarism.
play video games. I take walks. I take care of animals. I read books. I write. I play with toys. I watch trains.
It's a fun
I go to
meme,
parties.
okay?
Outside of the internet, I have a life.
I'm not obsessed with cartoons. I do other things. I play games. I watch live action shows. I read books. I go on walks. Cartoons are my job, not my life.
I won't be dying alone. I may have a dying YouTube channel, but my friendships are growing. I keep getting new friends, and they become stronger than ever.
To address this message specifically,
And
I'm not going to die
she
alone.
also
I'm
loses
surrounded by
them
people
just
who
as
like to like
fast.
and respect me, and who give me space, and who do not harass me, and who keep my own perspective in mind.
People have
Oh, hey Alex. That's fine.
thought of one Enter's channel to be terminated. But honestly, I think the position that he's in right now is perfect, and it's the perfect punishment for the rest of his life.
And I'm sure that a
Being
lot
more
of people
successful
are going
than
to be
you.
all demanding some kind of justice, to have him cast out into the wind or something. But in all likelihood, this is...
Oh, which show is that? Oh, I'm reacting to, Lazy Bedhead's, video on Star Giant Productions. Kinda, but, it, quickly devolved soon after. It's quite the rabbit hole, with some, messed up shit. Not gonna lie. A lot of the shit in this video, a lot of shit in the drama was pretty fucking messed up.
definitely some kind of justice.
Currently, I'm agnostic.
At the moment, I'm agnostic.
I'm not special. I never was. I don't get why all this shit happened to me.
I'm not special. For the love of God, I'm just someone who makes videos on the internet. That is it. I don't understand why any of this has happened.
I made a lot of mistakes in my life. I understand. What did I do wrong? I told a single person to make an animatic in a week. A person that I apologized to and that accepted my apology. I called some people that I...
Oh, spoiler, she didn't. At all. He just lied about it.
thought were my friends jerks, even though I took that video down. Apologize.
Ah. I haven't really, played Danganronpa, so...
And they accepted my apology. I trusted people that may have been creeps, even though I have no association with them now.
Did I do anything?
Also, those people in that video reacting sounds unhinged. Yeah, Star Giant is very unhinged. Mr. Enter fired him for a reason. Or them for a reason.
I called the guy an idiot.
Oh, also, the people Star Giant, quote-unquote, disassociated with, did not actually... They did not disassociate with them.
A guy who's moved up in the industry, and I probably don't occupy any space in his mind anymore.
Don't worry, Mr. Enter... Don't worry, Mr. Enter isn't the... Well, he is kind of part of the subject, but we're actually talking about the editor he fired. Like, believe me, this is a really, really deranged story.
Basically, any criticism that people had for Mr. Enter was exemplified with Star Giant. You thought that Enter took cartoons too seriously? Well, Rebecca will have you believe that Stan Marsh, yes, that one, caused the COVID-19 pandemic in real life.
Yes, I can verify they actually do believe that.
Is this a parody? Am I talking about a real person?
Hey, folks.
I
the chief
fucking
with
wish.
The guy that started COVID-19 has caused over 100 million people to get sick, has killed over 2 million people on just the virus alone, has caused over 48,000 people in the US alone to commit suicide this year alone, has caused 479,000 people to self-harm themselves and also attempt suicide, is responsible for all the racism riots of 2020, is abusive to his own family, has sold his own home without even telling his wife twice, sexually abused a minor, forced his own daughter who was a minor on drugs, is self-aware of all the shit he has done, and has absolutely no remorse. Forgiven and given his own television special. Wait, what? I gave a lot of shit to Cassandra and the Loud Sisters, but at least they didn't start an ongoing fucking pandemic that we are still dealing with it and losing thousands of people each and every day. Even more still, that his only worry with the pandemic is his wife finding out that he started this and that she would be a total bitch. Not because Randy killed over 2 million real life fucking people from our world.
She's gonna be a total bitch about it.
Valid crash out.
On Star
So, yeah, I might actually, do that to a bit later. Awesome. What is that VTuber's pronouns? Well, currently, he, him, because apparently they detransitioned. Yeah, spoiler, but, they actually made a return recently before just leaving the internet again, and, we'll get to that story eventually, but let's go over the history for the time being.
Giant's channel, she has intertwined lore in her videos, featuring multiple characters voice acted by other creators that most likely never got paid. But the one series on her
Yeah, be afraid.
channel that began to sour her relations in the community was her playlist on Cartoon Network 64. A series of videos so similar to Enter's Nicorama that Enter could pull an H-Bomber guy and claim plagiarism. Seriously, everything from the thumbnails, which were actually
At least Summerton tries to look professional.
Jokes, criticisms, and mannerisms, all of which come across as a Mr. Enter from within the Enter multiverse. Now,
yeah, that's not as cool as it sounds. Yeah, but internet historian actually kept quiet about his scandal, and it sadly went away. And I don't even think anyone even remembers that he was a plagiarist. Sadly. Thankfully, Star Giant can't shut their fucking mouth. So,
of a video style or a content creator that inspires you isn't necessarily a bad thing, especially if you're first starting off and trying to find your footing in the online space. Enter was a massive inspiration for Star Giant. She even said that editing for Enter was a dream job. However, this is something that you'll usually pull away from when you establish like your own identity. And to be fair to Star Giant, although an inspiration to Enter is still in there,
I mean, to be fair, they did learn that Sniper Wolf is a fucking weirdo. And a stalker. And according to Nerd said he has a scat fetish, but we did not need to know any bit of that detail. It's like, why the fuck would he dedicate a video to that? Who dedicates a fucking video to that? Oh, wait, hold on. Star Giant. Right.
I think with her like little skits and like other characters, she did have potential to sprout out as her own content creator and establish a personality that wasn't mirrored off of Mr. Enter. The problem was, her personality is fucking garbage.
This is my house. Entry, please. He is my neighbor, Nur Sultan Tuliakbay. He is paining my assholes. I get a window from a glass, he must get a window from a glass. I get a step, he must get a step. I get a clock radio, he cannot afford. Great success.
Now, when Mr. Enter was establishing a team for his...
Hey, I call that a win. Don't ask about that video.
Animation project growing around, he created a dedicated server that...
Just look it up on YouTube if you want to look that up. Probably the worst time Nerd City could have released that video, honestly. Especially with that whole Reddit drama shit that I kind of forgot the details of.
That would eventually just evolve into being a server for Enter's video editors. And Rebecca was part of this circle. During her time on the server, she would cause issues that would later be addressed by Mr. Enter himself. In a video titled Regarding Star Giant Productions, Enter would explain the issues in regards to working with Rebecca, revealing that of all of the editors on Team Enter, she was the only person that he had to fire. This was due to smaller infringements such as interrupting flows of conversations in the group chat, responding to topics that were brought up days ago.
Rebecca will interrupt the conversation to start replying to what happened hours ago. This was a constant problem that we talked to her about repeatedly. This is one of those examples where I try to be patient with her because it's clear that she does not get social cues. However, at some point, this goes way too far. Discord's reply function only made the problem worse, as it enabled her exact behavior. Now imagine this happening during something more serious, like we're trying to plan out a video, or we're trying to get to the bottom of my monetization being randomly disabled. It sure is good to have someone to break up these super important conversations to talk about random shit that no one is interested in. Actually, no, it was detrimental. Constantly.
To the most egregious offense of telling West that they use suicide as a means to get brownie points.
Does not understand social cues.
My name is Wesley. My pronouns
taken to its most deranged
and
conclusion.
I am an ex-employee of Rebecca Starlight. I drew
Yeah, at least Mr. Enter learned from his numerous mistakes over the years. Heck, I think even became a predator hunter out of fight because of this, how badly Leo botched the Star Giant investigation.
thumbnails for her, and I did one bit of live action footage for one of her videos. I believe it was an Animal Crossing one. I was talking with some friends in the VC in the Growing Around public server back when that was still up, and at one point the subject, we were talking about Rebecca. I guess I was shit talking her a little bit. You know, some people who were in the server took screenshots of me shit talking her and posted them to Kiwi Farms. And Rebecca took those two screenshots from Kiwi Farms and showed them to me in private and was like, hey, what the hell? Why are you shit talking me? And I was like, yeah, I'm sorry. I was shit talking you. I'm really annoyed with you. And she randomly brought up, like, out of nowhere, she immediately progressed to, I think you're too suicidal, Hope, to the point where you do it for manipulation or social brownie points.
Yeah, Enter just, has a lot of people just posting that shit on them, on there, sadly. But thankfully, Kiwi Farms is not being used as a source for anything here.
and I don't know where that came from. I don't know why she.
But yeah, saying that someone is suicidal for brownie points is massive fucking dick move. I'm gonna be blunt.
She would say that, but that's what did it for me. That's what made me block her, and she didn't notice that I blocked her until like way after that.
Rebecca told me that I tend to be too suicidal and accused me of doing it for brownie points or manipulation. She even had the audacity to suggest that she thinks I'm a good person in the same breath as if she said nothing wrong. The fact that this woman can suggest that I want to kill myself for fucking brownie points is just cruel.
She really does feel like a footnote in my lore. I remember one time we were making the second Rebecca video. I believe Maddie showed a screenshot of when he talked to Rebecca about me being trans and going by West now. She literally said, like, I don't believe Hope is trans. I believe it's like, yo, when your high school bully bullies you for a long time and then suddenly comes out as gay, like, I don't believe that. I think she's doing it for attention. And I'm just here, and I read that and immediately.
Yeah. Also, I'm gonna be honest. Star Giant. Star Giant feels more like a right winger masquerading like a leftist, kind of similar to Movie Bob. Whether or not Star Giant also believes in eugenics, I cannot actually verify.
After I went, damn.
Wouldn't be out of character, though.
What if I am doing it for attention? And I spent like a full week trying to convince myself I wasn't, and that I'm genuinely miserable being a girl. So, like, she has a weird, like, grip on my brain. And like, I don't understand how or why she makes me question myself the way she does, but like she really does. She makes me question every.
Well, they do seem like a less competent creepshow arts. And less, and I do emphasize less competent.
Everything I do, everything I am.
Let's talk about what exactly led to Star Giant's getting fired. For starters, Star Giant's editing is not that good.
I was John's best editor. The only other editor that was as good as me was Crimson Mayhem.
Rebecca was my worst editor.
There are
that clip never gets old.
Multiple occasions where Rebecca would have self-inserted her own character and voice in Mr. Enter's videos.
Robert, huh? Isn't that awesome?
If you make that comment, I swear that I will put a voodoo curse on you and your dog.
These self-inserted quips were not approved by Enter to be in the content.
And I'm also, might as well as mention, I never asked for any of her self-inserts. Anything she inserted of herself, of her voice, and so on, was done completely without permission. The Certifiable Super Sitter title card was commissioned of her own accord because she really, really, really wanted her face to be seen in one of my videos.
Like, that would be if I hired someone to edit my content and they put a video of their grandma or something.
I sauce on the vegetables.
Other glaring issues were with her inability to time out scenes with Enter's avatar and the clips from the episode in review. She would also rely on poorly cut out JPEGs instead of using transparent PNGs. Rebecca implemented bootleg copies of episodes with blatant ads left in the clips, and took footage from other content creators' videos without permission.
Most egregiously, I never told her to take footage from other YouTubers, especially without crediting them. Like,
yeah, I actually remember this happening, so,
she did with Hot Diggity Demon in the Bart vs. the Itchy and Scratchy video.
Now, these obvious editing errors and blatant stealing would normally get someone fired, but Star Giant would work on more than 20 videos over the course of 3 years. But what kept her on the team despite these problems was her editing speed. You can tell that she edits videos and can pump out content incredibly quickly due to the amount of shortcuts and lazy editing choices. For example, playing most of the clips of episodes in their entirety without any means of transformative editing outside of Enter's voiceover. Because of these shortcuts, a lot of Enter's content was able to be pumped out without worry of posting videos in a timely manner, which tanked the video's quality. But even so, this speed would also be lost over time as Rebecca would stall a project for Enter for weeks to months at a time. So now's the time where I pause the video recap of drama and give you my opinion.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Star Giant's editing is somehow worse than mine. And I don't even put effort into my frickin' videos. Or at least I put the bare minimum effort.
That doesn't matter and you don't care about. Look, I don't know how to manage a team of editors, right? I am a one-person crew who edits everything on a fucking iPhone. Yes, as of editing this video, my phone is currently on fire. So as you can imagine, my editing style and standards are pretty high to fulfill this editing style that I have coined called overcompensating. Listen, it just helps with the illusion that my content is more impressive than it actually is, okay? I am a she-they army 01, so the struggles of paying people, having anyone on a payroll, figuring out how much money per minute a video will cost, all of that, I don't understand. What I do understand, though, is being a good employee. And Rebecca should have been fired for her quality of work months ago.
The only reason that I let Rebecca edit for me is because I was a moron. And I know that I was a moron because only a moron would ever hire Rebecca.
She was in the Discord. She asked me if I wanted to hire her as an editor. And I was looking to bolster up production, so I thought, why not? I was starting to stagnate, either 2018 or it was the start of 2019, sometime around that point. And I guess I panicked more than I should have, and I just wanted to get out of that and start restarting growth and not really knowing how to do that.
So did you think that like having more like additional people to your team to edit more content would help like keep up with like at least a consistent enough schedule for your audience?
Yeah, more content I thought would have just done better. Yeah, that was the one attribute that she did have as an editor. But of course, that required her cutting way too many corners in hindsight.
Like, aside from just being like a shitty coworker, Rebecca was just not good at her job. Her job was to edit videos. That's what she was hired to do, and she couldn't even really do that. Her editing is garbage. And unfortunately, it is now the style that is reflective on the Mr. Enter brand. That, at the very least, is something that John has to take responsibility for. Allowing that level of quality control to fluctuate so much, it turned viewers away. But I also don't think that Enter should, like, put himself down too much, because Rebecca should have, you know, evolved her style, learned from other editors, and
yeah. The least they could have done was get better. Of course, if you know this story. That is something that they can't even do, right?
not self-insert her OC into content. She also shouldn't have said this.
I was John's best editor. The only other editor that was as good as me was Crimson Mayhem. This is why I never will feel bad about my work ever. If people say that my editing is bad, or that my animation skills are bad, or that my reviews are bad, I'll just show them 12-ounce mouse and say, no, my editing is good. My animation skills are good. My reviews are good. The two actual things that you cannot force me to do are to admit that I'm wrong, and you cannot force me to like something. Which means that you can't judge what kind of...
If that sounds exactly like narcissism, That's only because it is. Star Giant is a fucking narcissist.
The person that I am until you know me. You can't say that you could edit better until you have my knowledge, my judgment, and my condition.
Now look.
Yeah, well, guess what? I have similar stuff to that, and I still think you suck, Star Giant. And you are, in fact, a narcissist.
Shitty editing on YouTube really isn't that big of a deal. I mean, look, my editing was like shitty for a while and people still tolerated it back then. I mean, Enter's own editing isn't the best, and he engrossed 200,000 subs. I mean, if we're gonna be honest, for most viewers, it's the personality, the appeal of the content creator.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, look, a well-edited video is great and all, especially if you want to turn this YouTube thing into like a brand for you to make money off of, but you're also running your own one-man show, so it's kind of your job to be entertaining. Like, all YouTube is, in like a roundabout way, it's a platform similar in concept to public access TV. Anyone can make their own YouTube channel and post their own content, the same way that anyone can have a public access show and be on television. Because the internet is this open landscape for anyone to be a content creator, there's gonna be vast amounts of quality all across the online space. And like I said, viewers can like a creator because their editing is good, but if it's not that, then if anything, it's just the personality. And, well, once again, I must reiterate, Rebecca's personality sucks.
Yeah, I wasn't paid. She did offer to pay me for one thing. It was like an April Fool's thumbnail commission in the Kids Next Door style. And I did do it for her, and she did use it. She offered to pay me in DeviantArt points because I didn't have a PayPal at the time, because I think I was still a minor at the time. And she never paid me. I just wanted to do something nice for a friend.
Yeah, sounds about right.
And I had something I was good at, and I had a friend who, you know, like, wanted to use the thing that I was good at to help themselves.
Oh, a bit of a spoiler, but, you wanna know where the fuck that money that didn't go to Wes actually went? Going to fucking cons so that Star Giant's favorite voice actors could sign fetish artwork. I did not joke about any of that. This bitch is a piece of shit.
Get more views, I guess. I saw that as a good thing. I thought I was being helpful. I guess that's a goal. I just wanted to be helpful.
Wes and Rebecca were once friendly with each other, and Wes edited videos for Rebecca's channel for free. One poor experience that Wes would recount in this video was an animatic of one of Mr. Enter's favorite scripts for his project Growing Around. For those who don't know, an animatic is like a rough animation preview using storyboard sketches. Rebecca wanted the animatic to be done in time for Enter's birthday, which...
Christ, I'm not even an animator, and even I fucking know that takes a long time. Animatics take a long time to make.
at the time was in 5 days.
On July 13th, 2020, I was tasked by
5
Rebecca to
fucking
work on a
days.
project for Mr. Enter's birthday.
What
it was
the
an
actual
animatic for a
fuck?
Growing Around episode that Enter had considered his favorite. The project was assigned to me on July 13th, 2020. Mr. Enter's birthday is on July 21st. I had 8 days to work on a project that takes months for a professional artist to finish. Actually, no.
Yeah, exactly. We're talking an animatic here. Christ, did she even wanna? Did she even ask? Does she ask for VTube avatars for in less than 24 hours? Here's 2. May as well. I'll just ask that.
Oh, I had 5 days because for some ungodly reason that I cannot comprehend, Rebecca wanted it done by the 18th.
To understand just how dire this was for Wes, Rebecca requested an animatic, which is a project that, on crunch time, would take a professional animator weeks to up to a month to complete. And Rebecca asked...
Oh yeah, you know the motto for learning about Star Giant. It just can't stop getting worse.
A hobbyist to have it done in 5 days. That's not the only requested work Rebecca hired Wes for. At one point, Rebecca would request fetish artwork from Wes. At the time, Wes was 17.
I guess part of my brain convinced
And yeah, it does get worse. You just saw it get worse.
myself that it was normal and it was okay, because I don't know, I guess I thought I was really mature for my age, because again, I basically grew up on DeviantArt. I joined when I was 9. I saw a lot of fucked up shit, and even beyond all that, I live in a very sexually open family, to my detriment. I guess I just, like, thought that there were people in this world who were just really open about themselves sexually, and that was completely normal. And I'm only just now learning that it's not actually normal, at least with minors. At least when there's minors in the room, that's not normal.
Wes was not the only minor that Rebecca would coax into fetish material. Coda Aldalfa was the next editor to come on board at Team Enter after Rebecca was fired from staff. Rebecca invited Coda to an 18+ Discord full of fetish and kink art when Coda was 17. When Coda denied the invitation, Rebecca would return to his DMs to discuss inviting him into the server again, asking if he had turned 18 yet. So Coda and Wes were friendly with each other, and when Coda cut contact with Rebecca after...
Yep, this is, yep, she is a fucking groomer. Who the fuck was even surprised?
Wes is falling out with her, Rebecca would kink
And, yeah, this gets worse.
shame and out Coda's diaper fetish.
I probably would have rage rant about other things, like how the editor that replaced me has a creepy diaper fetish. For the record, I know I talked about Coda before, and I actually do have PTSD on diapers for personal reasons, so it's not an attack on Coda. If Coda didn't have this fetish, I probably would have never mentioned him. I have a problem with the fetish, not with Coda himself. So yeah, Enter firing me and replacing me with a person that had my own fear as a fetish didn't put things in a good light. Fuck Coda's fetish. It creeps me out and now gives me personal trauma.
This despite the fact that Rebecca commissioned diaper cub art of herself. For those of you who don't understand how fucking gross this is, cub art is what the furry community would consider lolly art for furries.
And the grooming, did we not forget the grooming? Ah, fucking hell. Oh, trust me, there were attempts. They somehow did not get arrested. Unfortunately.
Because a cub is a young furry, like a child furry, so it would be considered child artwork. And it's fetish material for a diaper fetish. Oh no. With the horrible editing, interrupting workflow.
There's a very good reason that stuff was banned from Profanity.
treating her business mutuals like shit, and even recording Discord calls without the knowledge of the other people in the call.
They got nothing better to do. Sometimes they should.
Yeah, and just gonna spoil something. This call doesn't say anything. There was literally no reason for the call to
Their
exist.
identity by the people they hate.
Yep.
What I'm trying to say is people find all sorts of ways to fill their meaningless lives with distractions.
That's
I think meaningless. I think that when you're at the point of identifying your identity to hating people, you've long since lost meaning.
Well, here's the thing.
I guess.
Which, considering that John and Rebecca live in two-party consent states, this is incredibly illegal to do. So...
Yeah, and, something, very interesting that Enter even pointed out. Nobody knows why they even recorded this. The theories were that either Star Giant knew they were gonna get fired at some point, or they were just insanely sure of them.
Rebecca was reasonably fired. After her departure from Team Enter, she would make video after video shitting on Enter and the people on his
Oh yeah, that
team.
one's
She would make
definitely gonna get its own
passive-aggressive comments
section.
on how she had no idea why she got fired, and Enter was a shitty boss for firing his best editor.
That's a very good question. To this day, I can't give you an answer. That's because I don't know.
So, let's talk about this.
Everyone else was telling me that Rebecca's just gonna keep blasting us on the internet forever if nobody says anything. And I'm fine with getting shit talked by Rebecca. That doesn't bother me at all. But then I learned that she's underpaying her workers. She's treating everyone else like shit. So I decided somebody has to do something. I'm guessing she didn't change after. Well, I'm not guessing. I know she didn't change afterwards either. But it was a try.
That's why this video regarding Star Giant Productions exists at all. So Rebecca's response to Enter would come in the form of 3 separate video responses. The relevant response for this section is this one, a response to Mr. Enter, in which she acknowledges what she said to Wes was out of line and does seem to understand, at least to an extent, why she was fired.
I say a lot of things in my past that I am not proud of that I regret saying. The thing that's been eating me up the most is what I said though. I was wrong to say that. I helped out in the past, but one night I guess I got angry at her and I said that statement behind her back. I instantly realized that it was wrong for me to say that, and I told that I was sorry for what I did. And the other thing that's been eating me is how I treat my employees. As for the abuse part, in my own past, I have had people that made me lose friendships that were actual toxic people. These were in my middle school and high school years. And that made me have the logic of anyone cutting ties with me was an abuser.
I mean, you know, she's still like bitter about it, but it's better than her, I shit you not, 3-hour response video, which completely disregards this entire video. That whole video is gonna need its own section because holy shit. For now, I'd like to expand upon one final point of contention that is brought up against Rebecca under Graceland's testimony.
My preferred name, I usually go by either Grace or Graceland. My pronouns are she, her. My connection to Rebecca, I was her editor, voice actor, and at some point I was even considered her secretary. I would say there wasn't a lot of respect. I would work for her hours and hours of my day, putting aside my own things. There was an incident, I swear to God, I was pulling all these all-nighters for her, and I was like, I can't do this anymore, Rebecca. She was paying me $2 per segment, and it was 10 segments, so I was only getting $20, but the entire audio was 46 minutes, which I also had to edit her audio for. But I was so done being underpaid And like I wanted to edit, but I also needed to focus on school. So I was like, I'm laying my foot down. I was like, Rebecca, I want to be paid more. Like, I understand you got your own shit, but I have college. I'm trying to save up for after. And you only giving me like $2 is like ridiculous. Like, I need more money. Please pay me more money. And she's like, okay, how about I pay you $4 per segment?
Yeah, that
Grace
sounds
was one
pretty accurate. Yeah, this really is the video editor equivalent of a car crash. It's hard to look at, but I can't look away. Yeah, and believe me, it only gets worse from here.
Rebecca's editors that also worked either for free or got underpaid severely. Grace, paired with the
Well, it's a 2.5-hour video, but I'm trying to. But there's a whole lot of stuff in here that'll keep your attention. If you wanna. But yeah, you don't have to listen through to the whole thing if you don't wanna. If you need to go to bed, that's perfectly fine. A 2.5-hour rant. Oh, no. It's not 2.5 hours worth of content. It's more. It's a whole lot more. And just when you think you hit rock bottom, Stargiant finds a way to just get worse shit out there. But we'll get to those moments when we get to them.
testimony of Wes, alleged that Stargiant was a nightmare of a coworker as she was a boss. Stargiant ran her own side gig of editors and artists who would work on thumbnails, character stills, and videos on Rebecca's channel. I already spoke on how Rebecca treated Wes, so let's talk about Grace. Grace edited a video project for Rebecca, of which the audio file was 45 minutes after the final cut. Grace was on a major time crunch and was only getting paid $20 for what turned out to be an hour-long video project.
Well, I was working on part 1.
So at this point, I think this person is either gonna get a formal police investigation or end up on the YouTubers that need to just stop us from creepy reading. Well, I think creepy reading was involved. Actually, let me see. Did they make a video on Stargiant? Gotta check, actually. I don't see any thumbnails with them in it, so Who knows?
One of every MLP episode from worst to best, she originally was going to have me do all of it. At the time, I thought it was fine since it would get me a lot of cash, even though it was $2 per segment, and I thought I could balance both school and this job. I was wrong. As the date got closer, I got really stressed and got a panic attack, but I didn't tell Rebecca because I didn't want to seem like I failed her. I told her after the due date passed and we were able to get the video up. The reason it gave me a panic attack was because after I edited all the audio, the video was 45 minutes. The video is apparently longer than that now that I have seen the end product.
To explain this pricing, Rebecca would say in Discord DMs that she usually would just choose a random number,
Alrighty.
price-wise, regardless of how long an editing project was.
I'm an editor for John, and he pays me more. I was not lying when I said she would just randomly pick numbers for payment. So no matter how long the video was, she would literally pick any number between 1 to 8. I mean, a lot of us were new to it. I was new to editing when I was working for her. I mean, I knew some stuff in high school, but I was vaguely new to editing, so I didn't have my own commission sheet. So I even offered to Rebecca, hey, why don't we make a clock in, clock out sheet that people can use to measure how long they work on a video, and then we can use that to start paying them. And I offered to pay minimum wage, or at least minimum wage in Texas, because I'm from Texas, and our minimum wage is like $7.50, which is small, but I think it's a start at the very least.
It's better than $2 per segment.
Mm-hmm.
She would also suggest it was the fault of her editors for agreeing to such low prices.
She's also victim blamer. Forgot about that.
If she didn't agree to the payment, she shouldn't have done the poses. That's on her, not me. That's the thing. Despite Ava not getting paid, fully, your words, not mine, she was fine with the lower price. Wait, by definition of law, she agreed to it. What I will tell you is that every single person that
I don't remember any law saying that.
Price. If they aren't happy about the price and didn't tell me, that's on them, not me.
Grace was paid pennies for work she had panic attacks over, and she felt disregarded as a friend. She was so invested in this relationship with Rebecca that she sent over $300 so Rebecca could move to Texas to be with their partner at the time.
So I gave Rebecca $300.
That's going to be a very important detail, by the way. I am not gonna give away why, but let's just say it's not pretty.
$100 to go live with her girlfriend at the time because she said she needed the money, and that was before I left her. The money was given so that way she could be with her girlfriend or her partner at the time, Ouija. The money was going to come to Texas, and for some reason she needed $300. Even though now I know she has like over 10,000 or had over 10,000.
I mean, if anything, Grace paid Rebecca more than Rebecca paid Grace. An artist that worked with Rebecca up until 2023 was Maddie.
Okay, so my name is
Hey, Maddie
Abraham.
cameo.
My preferred pronouns are he, him, and my connection to Rebecca is I found her through her Lily Orchard videos back in like 2019.
He also has videos on Star Giant, so probably go ahead and look those up when you get the chance.
And from there, I slowly but surely became an artist. Well, she did hire me under like as an official artist. Like she was paying me for art, but like anything else for like Photoshop thumbnails, like that was like most of what I did. She didn't pay me for that at all. I was definitely naive and stupid to think it would work out. Like working with someone like that would get me somewhere in life, but nope, that really didn't happen. And now that I'm out of there, I'm a lot more smarter, a lot more cautious, and overall just trying to be a better artist.
Maddie drew channel artwork once upon a time for Rebecca and was aiming to be her full-time artist. However, Rebecca hired another artist over Maddie, whose artwork is just objectively worse looking in comparison. Worst yet, the person who was chosen over
Okay, yeah, this section gets very wild, by the way. Brace yourselves.
Maddie was an artist named Sean Soar.
Sean Soar was the person that Rebecca went to when it came to designing her avatars, and I was right there. I was on her team during the time that Sean Soar entered her circles. I was just like, why didn't you just come to me for that? And I just found that rather insulting. Like, that was just the most insulting part of the job in my entire experience working with Rebecca.
Were you aware of like the weird shit Sean was into or doing when that decision was made?
And we do mean
not
weird
at first,
shit.
But the signs were definitely there, and they just kept appearing more and more because he really could not stop drawing Hilda if his life depended on it. When I saw him posting pictures of an 11-year-old girl in bikinis and saying that it was his cousin, I was just like, what the fuck is this? Who is this guy?
And, yeah, if you didn't catch that, yeah, Sean Soar really did post pictures of either his cousin or his quote-unquote sweetheart in a bikini, whom I should also point out was also likely underage. I shall give you a minute. Empty the contents of your stomach into the nearest trash can. I actually nearly did that when I first learned of this jackass.
What the hell? Yeah, like getting that guy to draw her avatars is one thing, but keeping him around and in spite of all this weird behavior, I'm just like, dude, what are you doing?
Sean Soar has had a history with being a sick degenerate, drawing underage cartoon characters in sexually suggestive poses, wrote pedophilic fanfiction about an art teacher having a crush on his 6th grade student, and based one of his characters, Ella, after his own cousin, the same cousin that he'd post actual bikini pictures of on his public Twitter account.
Yeah.
During the editing
that
of this video,
actually
I found
happened.
this conversation that Sean Soar had on DeviantArt, where he compared rebooting a cartoon series to that of the Sandy Hook massacre. He also justifies the shooting by saying this: I actually think Sandy Hook was somewhat of a miracle since it felt satisfying knowing that little
God,
kids
he's one of
similar to the ones
those.
that bullied me in 1st grade got their
Holy
comeuppance.
shit,
And a miracle
dude.
like that is the opposite of a burden like this. Yo, what the fuck? Funnily enough,
I forgot about that moment. Jesus Christ. That's the type of person Star Giant kept in their Discord. And, believe it or not, he wasn't even the worst person. But we'll get to those.
Becca gets confused often on who Sean Soar actually is. It was confused during Soar's initial exposure that he was Sean Sampson, who goes by Gary Fan on Twitter. Gary Fan made several threads exposing Sean Soar, and due to some sort of confusion, Gary Fan was accused of being Sean Soar himself. This was cleared up with Rebecca behind the scenes, but then we discover something mystical. Something.
Oh man, we're about to reach the most infamous part of the Star Giant lore. Well, the most infamous that isn't the whole grooming shit, but let me tell you, you're going to need to brace yourselves. This is a level of cringe the likes of which we haven't seen in years.
Long forgotten and thought to be a myth. Documentation so elusive that those across the 7 seas of the internet have hunted this thing down like it was the One Piece. This is the legendary banned list. The Discord list thing that she has, I don't remember if I saw your name on there. I think
It was on there.
Were you
Yeah, it's on
also
there.
labeled an abuser?
I was labeled an abuser and a con artist.
Yo ho and a bottle of fuck ass. I can get drunk on the job. I'm the boss. This is what I do. You can't tell me what to do. Whatever, I'll do what I want. Whatever, I'll do what I want. Yes, believe it or not, Rebecca has written a Google document on who is permanently banned from her server.
You are not prepared to know
Within this
about
document,
what's
Sean
on this.
Soar is brought up twice. Once as himself, and the other time as Gary Fan. Once again, asserting through this document that she believed that Sean Soar and Gary Fan were the same person, even though she knew he wasn't. But outside of Gary Fan, let's see who else is on here. Alright, let's see. So, first thing.
Oh god, fuck, I forgot. Christ. That still hits like a frickin' freight truck. This list is real, by the way.
I'm sorry, I need to take a breather. I was not expecting Bill Cosby. I was not expecting that at all. So we also have Ashton Kutcher, Butch Hartman, and Harvey Weinstein. I'm done. This is it. This is peak YouTube drama content for me. Harvey Weinstein is banned from Star Giant Productions Discord. The drama is piping hot. Also, if Kiwi Farms is concerned, the entirety of Kiwi Farms, it just says Kiwi Farms on here. Yeah, y'all are banned too. Like, this is the queso ban list, right? Banned. Get him out of my chat.
Yep, you're banned.
Dude, what the fuck do I have to do to get on this list? I need this to happen. Yes, because I'm sure that Harvey
I think it just needs to
Weinstein-
exist.
I'm sorry. What the fuck? I'm sure Harvey Weinstein will have access to Discord in prison. Oh, thank God. Thank you, Rebecca, for making sure that Harvey Weinstein is not allowed to be in your Discord server. What a saint. So as you can see from this ridiculous document, Rebecca has banned numerous people from past editors to ex-partners to famous people. The reason why Graceland, Gary Fan, Maddie, and Wes all appear on this list is because they apparently are either abusers or con artists. What? Yeah, so that's kind of the thing with Rebecca, is that she will frivolously use the word abuser for anyone she has a falling out with, whether those people actually true match that definition or not.
Oh, this actually gets stupider. Apparently, she just uses abuser as just whoever's mean to her. I am not kidding. Even labels them as quote-unquote meanies. But that's for another time. Oh boy, this one's gonna be a fucking doozy.
First video.
And yeah, this is gonna get even stupider.
And she responded in like 3 different ways, including the 3-hour-long slogfest that was addressing my abuse. So when that video came out, girl, what the fuck was going on with that?
This is what I mean when I say she thinks with her emotions and not with her fucking brain.
And then the second video, where like her 3-hour video came out, and it was just like, oh no, she's gonna make herself look so much worse, because I was watching that as it premiered, and I just like, oh no, I made a terrible mistake being in this video. Doing the thumbnail for the- And yeah, some of us did try to stop her from making the video, but she didn't listen.
Don't worry,
She just kept on making the video
Maddie.
anyway.
Unlike Star Giant, we do not victim blame here.
Literally have literally just cleared your throat, and that would have been enough of a rebuttal against her 3-hour video.
I come on a mic and I go, your mom.
Your mom. Would you say that this pretty much sums it up?
Oh, put that in the video, please.
Yeah, classic meme is classic.
But yeah, that's basically my entire sentiment with Star Giant in general.
Our expectations for you were low, but holy fuck.
That whole video just mystifies me, because, like, throughout it all, I really don't know what she was trying to accomplish. Like, it was very stream of consciousness, very venti, and it didn't seem to have an overall goal. But according to Maddie, at least, she was working on it on and off for over a year. And you don't make a vent video for over a year.
Addressing my abuse is the most infamous thing that Rebecca would ever make, and it's pretty apparent as to why. Addressing my abuse does some pretty damning things that completely contradicts Rebecca's first video apology to the Enter team. One of the most egregious things was excusing what she said about Wes by claiming she was talking too fast.
Let me be clear. I did not intentionally tell her at any point in time that she was attempting suicide for social brownie points. That is a fucking lie. Well, and Enter said, what if, in this situation, I was having a hard time? Do you think that maybe that it could have been me saying that too fast?
Like, girl, you typed this out. What do you mean? There's other
Yeah.
glaring issues with this video, such as the testimonials from friends of Rebecca. A testimonial was used to defend Rebecca from Mr. Enter's assertion that Rebecca doesn't understand social interaction or social cues. To disprove this,
Oh god.
Rebecca has this poor girl talk about her mother's fart fetish and how Rebecca helped her cope with the trauma of her mother embarrassing her as a child. Just roll it.
One of the things that I'm going to debunk is
Yeah,
what Mr. Enter
this
said
story
on
actually
Rebecca
gets,
when it comes to social cues.
Yeah, this clip actually gets a whole lot less funny, and I'll get to why in a second. Yeah, I want you to keep that in mind while you watch it, because
She actually does.
I'm going to tell a very morbid story
Rebecca
afterwards.
listens to people. And how do I know Rebecca is a good listener, John? Well, sit back and listen good. She just likes me for me. And she especially really knows how to take the time to listen to me when things get really bad, and is always there to cheer me up. Like when things got really bad with my mom, and whenever she got all violent and started yelling or farting around the house, or whenever I get a really bad memory of her, Rebecca always listened to me. My mom, unfortunately, has a really disgusting fart fetish. I find it very hard to talk about. She always tries to embarrass me.
In a previous cartoon...
Okay, so I know that sounded absolutely fucking hilarious. Which, to anyone who doesn't know what I'm about to tell the story about, it does. Yeah, let's be real, it does sound absolutely fucking hilarious. Until you discover some recent event that regarding Star Giant. Okay, so allegedly, Star Giant tried to become an hero at some point, and if you know what that means, you know what that means. And Chelsea helped get. And Chelsea apparently got them to not do that. And then the two started dating, and you want to know what happened afterwards? Actually, you know what? I shouldn't finish the... I'm not gonna finish the rest of the story until I get to a very specific section, because you're going to hate the fucking punchline to that story.
Review about The Simpsons, Mr. Enter made a controversial point that he would rather be raped than accused of rape. To combat this point, Rebecca relied on the testimony of a child sexual abuse survivor's story.
Jesus
all
fucking
to
Christ.
make Mr. Enter look worse and to make Rebecca look better.
I want to bring up the fact that I myself have dealt with abuse, especially the kind related to being sexually molested as a child.
These two people's traumas were utilized in a campaign to boost Rebecca's reputation. Now, this is hilariously bad, and it does, in fact, get so much stupider.
Yeah. It does get stupider.
A section that was part of her original script that didn't end up in the full video. Rebecca went on a rant about people who are disabled living on Social Security. She writes,
"Good luck finding a job with how little money you make in regards to the United States becoming more capitalistic, while we give lazy butt wipes that won't hecking get jobs all of our money. I really hate people that live on Social Security that can easily get jobs with the record. Wow, if my enemies had this of me, oh my gosh."
Yeah, do you see why I think Star Giant's also a right-winger disguised as a leftist? And those aren't even the worst takes they had, by the way.
Rebecca, who hurt you? Like, I gotta know, right? Who hurt you to this extent that you have to be this cruel to the disabled? Like, I gotta know, right? Was it Ricky Berwick? Did he do?
Well, it might be Mystic Mongrel, but that's another story.
Now, Enter addresses this 3-hour slog fest in his newest video, Star Giant Production Belongs in Prison. Jesus Christ. And although he
I mean, is he wrong?
Takes this video seriously, and, you know, I understand to an extent as to why. For myself and many others, this video is the funniest fucking thing I have ever seen in my life. Like, seriously, I highly recommend you watch it for some seriously funny quotes. Such as,
yes, John did dead name me or incorrectly say my name by saying Star Giant, but all that slide because he didn't know any better. It's not his fault, for the record. By the way, please call me Rebecca. Star Giant is a company name.
Yes, believe it or not, this is Rebecca's justification for calling Mr. Enter transphobic. Because he addresses Rebecca by her YouTube moniker. I wish I was fucking kidding. This video would be the thing that really set Rebecca back.
That is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever fucking heard. I know I say that a lot with Star Giant, but Jesus Christ.
Ever since this video, her views have dipped drastically. Despite being a channel with 75,000 subscribers, she only really gets like 500 views max per video. I mean, it's possible that she could just be like view botting or like sub.
Still better than my numbers, sadly.
Video single-handedly destroyed Star Giant Productions, and it's the funniest way a YouTuber has ruined their reputation.
She sent me the script, but it was so ungodly long that I never really read it. And like, she did send me my testimony personally, because I was in I was in it. In terms of like trying to stop her, I didn't try to stop her myself. I was just agreeing with everyone who were trying to stop and saying like, oh, this is probably a bad idea. We probably shouldn't do this. She just wanted to like get as many people to make herself look good as she could. And because I was such an idiot working for her in the first place, I went along with it. I knew she was somewhat of a piece of work, and she's not really all that good at improving, like when it comes to like responding to criticisms.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 3-hour video was happening, and I think I knew to some degree that that would just make her look worse. And lo and behold, it did.
If you've heard anything about Star Giant...
Oh no. We're getting to this section, aren't we? Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna give a bit of a warning. We're about to cover the other thing that Star Giant was infamous for, and one of the more infamous characters of the story that they were associated with. More specifically, we're going to have to talk about Nekopon.
Productions and the dramedy that entity has been through in the past
and by
couple of
extension,
years.
the Leo Convoy
But even for the few
call.
that have heard this story, you don't have the entire story, and how bad it truly gets.
From what I witnessed, I saw a person essentially groom a child and continue on that relationship for a couple of months.
I met Neko back during the Crystal Demo. They tried to scare you, to make you paranoid. They'd threaten you, they'd yell at you, they'd insult you. That's what their folding dungeon was.
I fucked up big time with Nekopan. People tell me that she was a creep, with emails and even videos as evidence, but Neko manipulated me into thinking that she wasn't.
I was a messed up person. Manipulative, a liar. I used to be that. Yes. I'm not here to defend myself. I'm not here to deny anything.
If you don't know who this character is, she was a predator who took advantage of Chris Dolly's old victims and eventually groomed a 15-year-old and had one of the more notorious abuse rings of all time. Yeah, she's that type of piece of shit. And, yeah, she was also one of the main reasons why Leo Convoy ultimately tried to get information out of Rosa Ray Ramsey. But, of course, as Enter would later figure out, even if Rosa did actually talk, nothing would have been done because of another thing that Star Giant would have ultimately done. And once we get to that scandal, you'll understand why. And yeah, I am more than aware Rosa is also a fucking awful human being. I mean, she is a cyber stalker after all. But of course, let's not forget, she's still a victim, regardless of
Nekopon, or Ariana Timble,
what
a
happened.
30-year-old artist who moderated Rebecca's Discord server and drew some thumbnails for her YouTube channel. Back in 2020, Rebecca had a Discord server. Due to her coverage of cartoons such as My Little Pony, there were a considerable number of minors in the server. Before joining Rebecca's server and becoming a moderator, Nekopon was a smaller commentary YouTuber whose big break came from their coverage on the Crystal story. For those of you who don't know, Crystal was an animation meme YouTuber. Real name, David Alejandro Pascual Arguenta. Crystal was a controversial figure online. Accusations of tracing, threatening physical violence towards other content creators, filing false copyright strikes, and his questionable behavior towards minors.
The one that fell victim to it is a young 14-year-old creator on the platform by the name of Peachy Cub. She has just over 7,000 subscribers. The video that she created outing Crystal was both disturbing and very graphic, so I'm not going to show the extent of it.
So me and her would cut V-shapes in our arms.
and attack Emi Matsuno and Lima under Crystoli's request. I do regret doing all that, and all the—
So he was having these girls carve things into their arms and attack other creators that were speaking out against him.
On November the 15th, my Crystoli merch arrived, and I decided to cosplay his OCs Zafiro and Crystoli. November the 20th was when he first messaged me. Someone sent him a message saying I was a boy, mainly because I have short hair. He messaged me asking for proof I was a female. So of course, excited that he noticed me, messaged him back.
This all accumulated to an arrest being made on April 11th, 2019. David was arrested for charges of downloading.
Yeah. And, Nekopon ultimately took advantage of those people. I have a special type of hatred for her, if you couldn't tell.
And distribution of child sexual abuse material. It would be a year later in August 2020 where David was found guilty and sentenced to 3 years and 5 months in prison. Nekopan worked closely with those investigating and archiving Crystoli's online activity in the Crystoli SVU investigation server. After the arrest of Crystoli, the server evolved into a regular hangout spot where a lot of drama went down. Nekopan would introduce this form of community punishment called the folding dungeon, or getting folded. As described by past users in the server, participants would verbally assault other users in a surprise Discord call.
The folding dungeon. It started off as a joke, I guess, but it actually became a serious actual thing. They would do this thing called the folding dungeon when you mess up. She did that to me once, and it was basically trying to play into your fears or of sorts. Like, they tried to scare you, to make you paranoid, they'd threaten you, they'd yell at you, they'd insult you. That's what the folding dungeon was.
The most trusted users who were closest to Nekopon would conduct these folding sessions, due to the most minor of offenses done at the dismay of Nekopon. A lot of the users forced to participate in these sessions were under the age of 18. In fact, a lot of the people within the Crystoli investigation team were minors aside from Nekopon. But what's the big deal? Nekopon is a grown adult stepping in for these minors to handle a very serious situation that these minors need guidance in to be able to do everything in accordance to the law. So long as Nekopon protects these kids during this investigation, then she's doing a good thing. Or so we thought. The Crystoli coverage was Nekopon's way of covering her malicious intentions, under the guise of being a predator hunter. This would result in a lot of people getting hurt, with Nekopan herself becoming the very thing she hunted. On April 8th, 2019, a call would be recorded of Nekopon reading a fanfiction between herself and another user.
Where was I? Oh yes, I started to whimper. I wanted to scream out, but I couldn't. I then start to feel something hot and wet against my neck, as I feel his tongue glide down the side of my neck, slowly. I then start to feel that he was starting to lower himself down from my neck to my collarbone. Before I could say anything, my mouth slowly opened. He then covered my mouth with his hand. He then raised himself up. Our eyes meeting. He then muttered under his breath, with a deep tone. Say a word, and you'll be in much more trouble later on. I then slowly nodded my head. I felt so dizzy. I felt the room spin around me, as I start to feel his hands wander more and more all over. Before I know it, my legs nearly gave in, and I almost fell into his arms. He then caught me, and he was able to catch me. He was able to lift me up slowly with one hand. His other hand started to glide downward I then start to feel his hot touch.
Due to the sensitivity of this quote-unquote relationship, the user wishes to remain anonymous to maintain their comfortable obscurity. For now, we shall call this user Steve. During this call, the anonymous user, Steve, was 16 turning 17, and Ariana was 24 turning 25 on the 29th of April. Prior to this fanfiction reading, Ariana would send another user a depiction of Steve in a sexually suggestive drawing. This was on April 1st, 2019, 7 days before the fanfiction was drafted and read. Through these actions, we can conclude that Nekopon had some sexual interest in Steve, despite the fact that they were in their mid-20s and Steve was a minor. On November 10th, 2020, Nekopon would sit down for a full confession call, where she admits that her and Steve have been in an online relationship, and had only split up after she realized that she hadn't gotten over a previous relationship.
Like, I didn't feel okay with a lot of stuff. When it came to the relationship, I realized, and I thought long and hard, I did not give myself time to get over a previous breakup I had of a 3-year relationship, and I ended up jumping into something that I ended up realizing this was a really bad idea. A really fucking bad idea.
Now
What do you mean?
thought it was
Like,
a bad idea.
He was turning 18 in like a month or so at the time.
Oh no.
18? Well, here's the thing. There was no sexual anything.
So this part of the call is sort of confusing because I can't personally decipher whether Nekopon meant that she dated Steve close to him turning 18, or if she broke up with Steve close to him turning 18.
When did you break up with him?
July.
Of what year? This year?
Yeah, this year.
But how old was he exactly when you guys were together? Or when you guys had the relationship?
He was going to be 17 in a month, basically. Like, his birthday was coming up, basically.
Oh. He wasn't even 17 yet?
Are you hearing your
Yeah, his birthday is in July, and you both broke up in July.
But considering that Neko also says that she figured out Steve's age after the Crystally drama, that would only mean that Nekopon would have figured out his age after Crystally was arrested and his accounts were terminated. So by April 11th, 2019, Nekopon would have known Steve's age, meaning from the 1st of April to the 8th of April, she would sexualize this person, not knowing what their age was, or not bothering to ask.
When did you find out he...
Jesus Christ, this is Cinnabare shit. Jesus fucking Christ.
He was a
Pisses
minor.
me off.
It was around 2019. Like, I knew 2 years ago. I did not know how old he was until I think it was around when the Crystally, like, I think it was after the Crystally issues. I figured out, I'm like, you met, like, given the context and, like, during conversations, I'm like, you have to be either 16 or, like, 16 to 18 or something. And then that's when he's like, he admitted. And then I was like, oh. And I steered clear.
So you had a clue on his age, yet you didn't address it until later.
But then, like, I didn't get a full-on confirmation until, like, he came clean with it saying, yeah, I'm this age. That's why I rejected him first. I was like, no.
And when did you guys got together?
It was like summertime? I'm not sure. I'm trying to remember. I can't remember. It's either July or later on.
Because you always gave hints of his age to everyone, even after I found out.
Yeah, you would always say that you knew him to a personal level. You knew his age. You always bragged about that.
And as well, you also mentioned to me that you were thinking about each other dating.
That was really bad of me, yeah, I know.
She justifies this by saying that she was pressured by others to date this minor, despite the fact that they had drawn this person inappropriately and read fanfiction authored by themselves.
At first I had a crush, and then once I found out that he was like 17, I said, I can't be with you. I told him, I denied it. And he was really sad, and he was like, he felt rejected, and I ended up getting talked into, like, just try, because then he was saying,
Totally
like,
happened.
you know, if that's the case, you know, like, it's like, if I don't be with him, then
Left
the Reborn
button's
Destiny
right
server is
there.
shut down, everything, it's all gone, and, like, the ex-friends at the time would have sided with him.
I really don't think that this would have been a relationship that they were pressured into, but that's just me.
Neko, bad doesn't even begin to describe it. You just admitted that you had a sexual conversation with a minor after the whole Crystal drama, which was about an adult having sexual conversation with minors. It's, legally speaking, it's grooming.
Nekopon would do some weird shit prior to all of this as well, such as sending pornographic drawings that Crystal made of their original character to a 17-year-old, as well as rallying up harassment towards people trying to expose her actions.
I was a fucking horrible person.
Now, during the confrontation,
And, yeah. We can verify this really did happen. And Star Giant was also involved.
in 2020, Nekopan was an artist for a few YouTubers. This includes Phantom Strider and Star Giant Productions. After this confession call, a user by the name of Rad Brains would send out an email to both content creators. The email reads, "I know you're a very busy man, but please hear me out since I know no one will do anything. But I want to inform you about your artist named Nekopon or Asian Chick 23. Nekopon has harmed some users in the past and I really suggest you make a background check on her. I was formerly one of Neko's friends in 2019 and she has betrayed me and my friends. I made a thread on Twitter about her. Please check them out and let me know if you have any questions. I hope you can write back. P.S. I must request that you keep me and my friends mentioned anonymous because I am fearing for me and my friends' safety." Both content creators would read the email and have two different responses. Phantom Strider would ban Nekopon from his personal Discord server the second that he got the email, and now he doesn't really like talking about Nekopon. Rebecca, on the other hand, had a completely different reaction. On December 1st, 2020, Rebecca would break things off with her then girlfriend at the time. The reason why? Nekopan convinced Rebecca that her girlfriend was lying about Nekopan being an abuser. This despite the fact that Rebecca had seen the email at this point, and Nekopan had already confirmed that everything in the Twitter thread included with that email was true.
I want to say, I do want to clear stuff up, and yes, I do accept the stuff that was in the thread that I saw. All of it's true. I'm not here to deny it.
On January 3rd, 20...
This public confession exists, people. Star Giant ignored it. And because of that, the next infamous thing Nekopon was attached to occurred.
2021, Rebecca made a now deleted video titled "Talking About My Abuse, YouTube Issues, and 2020 Problems." This video is more of a vent type video reflecting on the year 2020, which Rebecca claims was the worst year of her life. In this video, she also defends Nekopon, saying that a bunch of assholes were trying to take her down with false evidence or past evidence from years ago.
Do you know what pisses me off even more? Whenever I introduce someone to my staff and then someone comes to me and says that they're terrible with no evidence or false evidence. Or rather, past
There was a
experiences
fucking
from years
confession,
ago.
Star Giant.
Nekopan is an artist of mine who starred in the MLP list. About a week after that video went up, I got an email saying that she was an abuser. I looked into this and Neko had to explain to me the correct situation. Well, she didn't explain the correct way. It was more like she explained the situation and that she accepted that she made past mistakes and toxic behavior. But the problem is that these assholes that were abusing her didn't believe that.
This video also confirms that Rebecca did see the email that was sent by Rad Brains, and that Nekopon had to explain the correct situation.
I got an email saying that she was an abuser. I looked into this and Neko had to explain to me the correct situation.
It's unsure if this here indicates this or not, but it's assumed through this that Rebecca showed Nekopon the email, which sent hordes of harassment towards the victims. Due to this, a lot of Nekopon's victims, Steve included, have completely retired from the internet, and thus wish to keep this situation behind them. After the release of this video, in the following month, February 18th, 2021, Rebecca would have this Discord exchange. It confirms to us a few things. That Rebecca knew about Nekopon's ex-boyfriend, who she refers to as a minor that Neko had previous contact with. Rebecca knew Nekopon had contact with a minor, which is being confirmed in these messages as someone Neko had dated at the time he was a minor. Despite having learnt this information, Rebecca would still not get rid of Nekopon from her server. This conversation is dated August 16th, 2021. Rebecca and her server moderator, Rosa Ray Ramsey, discuss banning a user called LED for inactivity. LED, or LED Dragon, was an alternative account of Nekopon's. Despite banning Neko's alternative account, Rebecca insists that there is enough contradicting evidence that Neko is not a pedophile, and that there is plenty of proof that Neko is innocent. This could possibly mean that Nekopan still had enough sway to keep her original account in Rebecca's server, but have her alt accounts banned so that Rebecca can keep up appearances that she's actively doing something about Nekopan and the allegations. From the email being sent back in November of 2020 to Rebecca finally banning Nekopon's alternative accounts, it took Rebecca well over 8 to 9 months to actually do anything. Within that time span, it must be reiterated, Rebecca knew about the allegations. She was made aware of them via an email and Twitter thread that Nekopan doesn't dispute, and actually confirms everything said in the thread to be true. She knew Nekopan had an ex-boyfriend who was a minor when they were dating. She would even talk to one of the victims way later on February 19th, 2023, where she says that she still didn't know that Neko was a groomer, despite the conversations that she had confirming she was fully aware of the minor Neko dated and was in contact with. This constant defense of Nekopan gets
Jesus fucking Christ, the denial is strong with her.
even worse with even more added context. On April 21st, 2023, Rebecca agreed to have a conversation with Lyle Convoy. During this call, Rebecca confirms that not only was Nekopan an artist, but also was a moderator of her Discord server.
And unfortunately, I hate to state this, but Neko was one of my mods. So, whoops.
So this means that whilst knowing about all of the allegations against Nekopon, she gave this alleged child predator moderation status over her server that was full of minors. And when further pushed to relay more details about her relationship with Nekopon and just how much moderation power she had.
Yes, there were minors in Star Giant's Discord. And as a reminder, Star Giant also had a shit ton of porn channels. I'll give you a couple seconds to let that sink in.
Rebecca rage quit the call.
Sometime tomorrow?
Nope, this is the end. I'm done with this. I've been trying to tell you that this is the day I want to solve everything.
This isn't up to you. You wrong somebody else, but you're trying to set terms on when something's over? When you're sitting here going in circles? You really think that's how that works?
No, it doesn't. Go on.
Here's what's going to happen. You're going to make time sometime tomorrow, and you're going to talk to them properly about all this, because they got a lot of other stuff they need to ask you, including chat logs where you are talking to Rosa about Nekopon.
I don't remember these.
Well, it's a good thing they have these chat logs then, isn't it? Because we're going to remind you. We're going to refresh your memory.
Did she leave?
Oh my god.
she fucking left.
Rebecca was on full defensive mode when it came to anyone accusing her of knowing anything about Nekopon's actions, including going as far as threatening people with a court sentence if they continue to slander Rebecca's character by insinuating that Rebecca was protecting a child groomer. Seeing as Rebecca wasn't going to cooperate any further, the next person to interrogate about this was Rosa Ray Ramsey. Rosa moderated
minor
Rebecca's
corrector
server
there.
from November 2020 to August 2021. It is debated whether Nekopon and Rosa were moderators at the same time or not. Naturally, if the owner of the server wasn't going to give any more information, then a moderator working to sort this situation out might have some more information. The problem was, that interrogation went something.
Yeah. Spoiler, that infamous convoy call's gonna be brought up.
Like this. Fair warning
Eat these
for
warnings.
ableism and slut-shaming ahead.
This person in their 30s legitimately think that's a good point. So since I can see, Rosa, that you're crying in Blue's DMs right now saying that this isn't helping, ooh, because the mean old man said yet another threat. Oh my golly.
I'm just saying that this isn't helping me get through this.
You're not here to be helped, dickhead. There you go, there's your help for this call. Blue, you can continue, because this is hilarious to listen to.
Thank God, you guys took forever.
How? Because all I'm getting is nothing more but the increase of PTSD.
Well, I'm glad that you're feeling a bit of guilt and remorse about this, because I can only imagine how the children felt that were preyed on in those 8 months when Neko was in that server.
So when I say, I want you to be more specific and you continue to be vague, and then I say again, and Blue also tells you again to be specific and you continue to be vague, you're gonna start pissing people off and it's gonna start making us all think that you're saying sorry because you've been caught with your pants down and you're crying and blabbering like a little piss baby. So, if you're not actually sorry, you can put that away, but if you are sorry, you should know what you're saying sorry for, which in that case, you'd be able to say the specifics of what you're actually apologizing to. So, I'll give you the floor right now. You can either apologize for what you actually did, or you can turn around and say, you know what, Blue? I'm not sorry because I don't understand because I'm a retard.
That was the infamous.
And that was only like a few minutes of that call. It lasted 4 hours. You had a fucking confession call. How do you botch a fucking Nekopon investigation?
Rosa call that happened in Lyle Convoy's server called The Senate. There is so much lore to the Senate that it honestly deserves its own video, but what this call was initially for was so Nekopon's victims could confront Rosa, and it ended in Hopeless Peaches calling Rosa a slut hole and a—
Yeah, that sounds, interesting on paper, but, as you could probably tell, that was not a good idea. Like, at all.
a retard. What happened in the Senate was so disastrous and inappropriate that it made everyone collectively forget who Nekopan even was. After this call, it was all eyes on Rosa and how poorly she was treated during this confrontation. This rallied a lot of people to defend Rosa and forget the fact that she was equally aware what Nekopan was getting accused of. Not only that, but she was one of the many people who were sent on Nekopan's behalf to harass those coming out against her. This includes Rebecca's ex-girlfriend as well, who was speaking out against Nekopan all the way back in 2020, which costed her relationship with Rebecca. Here we can see Rosa sending death threats towards Rebecca's ex, along with a corpse party gif. He also would wish Rebecca's ex to burn in hell, and tweeted about them non-stop to the point where even after the ex-girlfriend had blocked Rosa, she would continue to harass and cyberstalk fuck them. What happened in the Senate not only made everyone forget about who the hell Nekopon was, but it also made everyone sympathetic to a cyber stalker who harassed people on both Nekopon.
Yeah, that's why I believe the call was a terrible idea. One thing can go wrong, and suddenly the whole dynamic will change. And yeah, needless to say, this is why you probably don't even know who Nekopon is. And why I had to give that quick recap. Hell, when someone actually covered the... I remember some commentator, I believe it was Crispy, he actually covered Leo Convoy and even brought up the call itself. They didn't even know what the context behind the call was. And I actually had to give that context in the comments. You see why I fucking hate Nekopon and why I genuinely... and why I don't really care for Leo Convoy? Christ, man.
And Rebecca's behalf, despite knowing full well the allegations against Nekopon. I want to make this absolutely clear, right? I don't support this call. There are ways to confront someone about the stupid shit they did without
Yeah,
being
neither do
influenced.
I.
Not to mention, Rosa could have easily been swayed into doing these things under the guise of Rebecca or Nekopon, considering the fact that Rosa is mentally disabled. This doesn't necessarily excuse the cyber stalking, but it is to say that if anyone should be getting their asses handed to them like this, it should be Rebecca or Nekopon, not Rosa. They should be the ones getting berated in this call. They're the ones who knew full well everything that happened. And this mentally disabled woman took the fall for everything. And the worst part is, because so many people committed so many fuck-ups in trying to get this story out there, anyone who looks into this situation can no longer take it with any form of seriousness, considering that every single person here sucks rocks. But if you are to ask me, I'd say that the massive majority of what happened here is entirely Rebecca's fault. She knew for months all of this information and actively chose
I agree.
not to believe it. And when playing stupid wouldn't work for anyone who was actively paying attention, she would finally just confess to everything. This video, Be Better Today Than Yesterday, comes after Rebecca dug her heels into the dirt for 8 months, denying any involvement with Nekopon. This video also comes after she took down the 3-hour slogfest that was addressing my abuse, where she denies any wrongdoing and says that she doesn't know if Nekopon is a predator.
I don't know anything present about Nekopan, so people saying that I had a pedophile in my server knowingly for 8 months are all liars.
The last issue that we get to talk about today is my biggest fuck up regarding Nekopan. I fucked up big time with Nekopan. People tell me that she was a creep, with emails and even videos as evidence, but Neko manipulated me into thinking that she was.
Oh, now you address the frickin' confession call. Love light for that, don't you think?
Wasn't. I did keep
Fucking
a
hell.
creep on my server for 8 months. I will admit that. But I did that only because I thought she wasn't a creep. And she was nice to the people on my server, until I learned that she wasn't. Like, if I had known sooner that she was a creep, I would have banned her immediately.
But it doesn't
No, you
really
wouldn't.
feel
Don't even
genuine,
fucking lie
does
about
it?
that.
Nearly 8 months of ignoring the obvious. Even straight up calling those who are trying to alert you to this assholes. It seems like Rebecca is only apologizing now and admitting that she fucked up to save face. However, if she truly was sorry for protecting a child predator, then she wouldn't have proceeded to repeat this behavior 3 separate times. Sean Sora was someone that Rebecca kept around for nearly a
Yeah. Star Giant doesn't learn shit. I can basically verify this.
year. And so was Brandon Hackwit, aka Brandon the Brony Pony.
Fuck
And it was
me.
revealed that he tried to ask what he thought was a 15-year-old girl, but it turned out
This
to be a
asshole.
15-year-old boy to do NSFW audio work of Starlight Glimmer for his series.
Brandon has a rap sheet that would make Jeffrey Epstein blush. He sent porn into a Discord server full of minors, including photos of sex toys. He also requested moaning audio from a 15-year-old
Not making this up, by the way.
About the picture you sent me on Discord, why shirtless? And is that a sex toy in your arms? So what also happened is Brandon sent the 15-year-old boy a picture of him on a bed. Brandon was on the bed with a dildo in his arms, and he wanted the 15-year-old boy to edit a picture of Starlight Glimmer, like a 2D vector, over the dildo, so it made it look like he had Starlight Glimmer in his arms. I'm shirtless because it was an intimate moment between me and Starlight. The toy is where I want you to edit Starlight onto the image. Dude, I'm not going to make it look like she's using it. All I can do is copy and paste the
15-year-old, by the way.
Maybe crop some parts out. That's perfect. I will be posting the picture on my DeviantArt, so erase the dildo. Sorry I put that there. So there's the picture that he sent the young victim. That's Brandon on the bed with no shirt on. Of course, the young victim edited the picture in there to make it look as if Starlight was on there.
He also tried to invite the 15-year-old to a brony convention to meet up. Brandon also is a massive racist. This is a text conversation where he says that he wouldn't date black women because he didn't want to eradicate the white race with...
This dude is basically a less talented Christy Brown. I didn't even know that was possible.
Mixed children. And once word was going around about the disgusting things that Brandon had done, he filed copyright strikes on channels to get the videos being made about him removed.
I would never do that because they're not true. I have not done anything inappropriate with underage girls, and I would never do that. I would never date.
Lie by omission isn't exactly a good look on you, dude.
I repeat, they are not true. Not believe any of those fake rumors.
Rebecca was made aware of Sean's behavior over the course of a whole year.
I have to answer a text message.
And Brandon was credited as a voice actor up until 2024. Due to the deletion of all of Rebecca's social media accounts, including her Discord server, it's unknown if Brandon ever received any personal consequences from Rebecca. What is for sure is
I
that
personally
by the
doubt
time
it.
her second video was released, he was still in her server up until its deletion.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because you always seem to have a degenerate on your team. Like one we happen to uncover during this investigation. Brandon the Brony Pony. He is a voice actor on Rebecca's projects. He's also known for sending porn in a server full of minors, asking for erotic audio of a minor. Just so much fucking shit. But
oh yeah, also, did I forget to mention Stargiant tried to apply for a editing job for Cosmodor? Thought I'd, she didn't get the job, but I thought I'd put that out there.
no, according to Rebecca, it's been confirmed that Brandon isn't a pedophile. Because she's known him for 7 years and he's never been arrested.
Rebecca fucked up with Nekopan. Her inactivity did far more harm than good. But if this was her only offense, there would have still been a chance to learn from it. Look, allegations online are hard to navigate, even if a victim is perfect in keeping their facts straight, keeping all the details of what happened to them exact, and having all of the screenshots literally in the world. There's always going to be some contrarian that wants to play devil's advocate. I'm not talking about those who are like playing on the side of caution. I'm talking about the ones that outright deny any and all allegations that come out about anyone online due to reasons. I can't
so MAGA.
fault Rebecca for wanting to side with a friend and stay on the side of caution. But there's erring on the side of caution and systematically protecting these people on 3 separate occasions, letting them remain in a Discord server occupied by minors. Nekopan should have been a hard lesson to be learned from. However, when you refuse to learn and repeat that same mistake again and again and refuse to take any fault at all, that's when videos like this one and mine get made. Because Rebecca won't learn how to take accountability any other way. Although, she's not completely incapable of learning. You know, she's capable of taking notes. And let's just say Nekopan gave her some pointers. Because Rebecca Starlight, Rebecca Kruleski, is a groomer.
What the accused me of?
like I
Grooming
said.
a minor named a person that wanted me to move in with her in New Hampshire around Christmas of 2020. I even sent sexual messages to her when she was 18. Regardless if you think this is gross or evil, this is about law, not morals.
That kink shaming bit is even more infuriating now, isn't it?
So let me explain to you what grooming is and what it means to be a groomer. A lot of people believe that this only attributes to like sexual grooming, or grooming can only occur when it comes to children. Both of these things are misconceptions. Grooming is when someone builds a relationship, trust, and emotional connection with a person so that they can manipulate, exploit, and abuse them. There's several types of grooming relationships. There's the obvious sexual grooming, where the end goal is the sexual intimacy achieved by the perpetrator or convincing their victim to submit to their sexual advantages. There's also financial grooming, where someone slowly gains control over another person's finances. So like, you know, forcing someone into a conservatorship and taking control of how they spend their money. Or maybe something like pressuring artists and editors to work underpaid. There's also criminal or terroristic grooming, where you manipulate someone through either trust or strong-arming a person into committing a crime. And finally, there is romantic grooming. Romantic grooming is not the same thing as sexual grooming. It's basically isolating someone to be emotionally dependent on their romantic partner. Sex isn't the ultimate goal. Rather, it's having complete control over someone's life by having them entirely put their trust and lives with the person that they're dating and disassociate with any family or friends. Because there are different ways to groom someone without it being sexual, it is important to note that grooming is not exclusive to children. Grooming can happen to adults as well. All grooming is, in its most all-encompassing term, an emotional abuse tactic used on vulnerable people. You're building a foundation of trust through either friendship or mutual respect, but your intentions are to use that relationship to your own benefit to achieve an alternative outcome. But when we're talking about like grooming online, especially grooming accusation, we're talking about like children and sexuality, right? So let me get like really specific here when it comes to Rebecca Starlight. Rebecca is a groomer in the sense that she befriended Wes and Coda when they were 17 years old. Anything under the age of 18 is considered legally a minor. Wes drew fetish artwork for Rebecca, to which they were unaware that Rebecca considered these commissions as sexual fantasies. She also invited a 17-year-old Coda into a Discord server only intended for 18 plus users, a server that was full of artwork depicting multiple different fetishes, some of which depict Rebecca herself. That in itself is establishing a friendship with artists within her circles to fulfill her sexual fantasies through requesting artwork. This artwork can easily be played off as non-sexual to convince Wes and Coda to go along with it. You know, considering that it's giants. But this isn't the only thing that we can point to. Remember the ex-partner that Rebecca broke up with over Nekopan? Well, here's Rebecca wishing a happy 18th birthday. This is a birthday present for Anonymous. Happy 18th birthday. Just remember to still avoid Quagmire, even though you're an adult now. Quagmire, 18. Alright, you're up first. And then planning to move in with to New Hampshire. Okay, so let me get this fucking straight, right? You knew this person at least long enough to wish them a happy 18th birthday. This means that you would have had to have known this person when they were underage. Then you had the goal to immediately plan on moving in with them to a state where the age of consent would be 16. When and Rebecca first met, Rebecca was 24 and was 16 years old.
Okay, yeah. You remember when I brought up the story about Chelsea? You know, the one with that one person in addressing my abuse who had that weird story about her mom's fart fetish? So, I kind of alluded to this, but Stargiant basically did the exact same thing right here to Chelsea. Yeah, I know Chelsea's not underage, but they only started dating like 5 for a couple weeks, and Stargiant was doing stuff like planning on moving into her state and marry her, despite the fact that they were like only dating for like a week or so. And they even had fetish art commissioned of them and Stargiant without Chelsea's consent and or even knowledge. Yeah. Story's not that funny now, is it? Kind of equivalent of finding out about Nick Bates and then learning he raped his sister. Hey, fucking hell.
Rebecca claims in multiple messages that was 18, but you have to remember Rebecca allowed Nekopan to run unchecked in her server for 8 months. Going into more specifics with these accusations and to establish a timeline, in June of 2019, when was 16 and Rebecca was 23-24, they started talking. Ran a Stargiant Productions fan server that was 13 plus. Birthday was on September 9th, and in December of 2019, Rebecca was made aware that wouldn't be turning 18 until the next year, 2020. Over the course of 2020, Rebecca convinced that their family was abusing them. In July of 2020, Rebecca and the then 17-year-old started making a plan to move to New Hampshire. And by August, Rebecca was asking people on DeviantArt the laws in New Hampshire. By September...
That's not suspicious at all.
November 9th, 2020, Rebecca made a Ryan Mason review dedicated to turning 18. And by November 14th, 2020, Rebecca started telling people about the relationship. Her ex would have only been 18 for a little over a month. But even before Rebecca would tell people about her relationship with she had known her since she was 16 and planned on moving in together when they were still underage.
Criminal.
Maybe there's a reason why Rebecca kept Nekopan around.
Star Giant doesn't deserve a freaking what's it called? Shit. Analog horror bit. And like that. They need a fucking urban spook picture. Because I respect Hector even less than him.
There's a reason why she chose Nekopan over her current girlfriend.
Hard to
Because
believe.
if people can recognize abuse and predatory behavior with Nekopan, what's stopping her from recognizing that same abuse in her own relationship? Hell, maybe she'll speak up about it. Maybe she'll do it right now.
Yep. We get a special interview.
To everyone who's watching, hello, my name is and I go by she, her, he, him, they, them pronouns. My connection to Star Giant Productions was I was a fan, and there were a few times that I can post art, though I used to do that kind of stuff on Instagram, but not anymore. I also used to post art on Twitter, but not anymore as well. I could be naive, I could be caring, understanding, goofy, and I could also be intelligent from time to time, if that's how I wanted to put it lightly, because I know a lot of things. I have worked with Star Giant Production for scripts, and I have also worked with her for voice acting in our videos as well. I remember her complimenting me about my art, and I start to feel like I'm going places because I wanted to be an artist and animator growing up. I first met Star Giant Productions in June of 2019. I was 16 years old at the time. Star and I, we didn't talk much. We mostly talked about cartoons that we liked and despising the same YouTuber, that being Lily Orchard, and I
Because it always somehow manages to
her YouTube videos
circle back to
on
Lily Orchard
both Twitter
somehow.
and Discord. Not only that, but I also remember thinking that Star Giant is a sweet person.
It's like she's a
and
fucking
there's
info hazard or
no
something.
problems with her. I also remember thinking that she's also one of those naive content creators, as I am a naive person as well. I thought of building that kind of a friendship. I didn't know or pick up that kind of red flag until later on, after I found out. She was around 22 or 23, because I remember her stating that she was born in 1996. I thought she was funny, because I find naivety to be funny.
Would you consider yourself funny in that aspect? Because you guys related on being naive?
Yeah. It was first her content, and then it started to be the conversation. So it was like content first and then conversations. I was not part of the Star Giant Discord servers until New Year's of 2019. There was a New Year's live stream, and she was announcing that she's closing down her Twitter, so I started talking to her on the live chat, and I told her the idea of creating a Discord server. And so I started to friend her on Discord, and the two of us worked together on the Star Giant Productions Discord server. That way it could be open for the public. One of the most dumbest things that Star told me about is not only invite adult fans into the server, but also invite minors in it. Back then, I thought it was a good idea to have fans connections and all of that, but now looking back at it, yeah,
Say the fucking least.
fan art sections and general chats and voice chats, and we even made a venting chat as well, like in case somebody wants to let it out, you know.
Were you considered like a moderator of the server, considering that you had the ability to create new channels and everything?
I was an admin, yes.
You were an admin, okay.
My thought process was that it's okay for me to be friends with an adult, and it's okay for me to, like, be friends with content creators who are adults as well, because I've seen interactions of, like, celebrities and fans, like, interacting, not to the point of, like, sexual situations or anything, just more like wholesome situations, and it was kind of like that for me, when I first met Star.
Yeah, as someone who knows stories about those, that just sounds sinister, or like sinister foreshadowing.
And I felt like I was being starstruck or whatever. And now looking back at it, it was horrible that I befriended somebody to the point where they groomed me. She didn't pay me anything for like her content or her server. She more like said, hey, do it for free.
So it went from like, there's no other way other than employee, even though let's make it very clear you were not her employee, you worked under her for free, to run the server and to work on scripts, as you've said. So it went from like a partnership in which you guys are working on like fan content and running the YouTube channel, basically working on her brand together, to then going into a more romantic relationship later on.
You're 100% correct on that. It was a very unhealthy and toxic dynamic in hindsight. Not only that, but the most shocking thing about it is that since I live in New Hampshire and Star Giant lives in Pennsylvania, New Hampshire doesn't have Romeo and Juliet laws because the age of consent in New Hampshire is 16 to 18. It's still considered a crime that if you're 16 years old and you're dating somebody who is like an adult, it's still predatory behavior, and it's also still a very dangerous age gap. And currently I'm 21. And not only that, but she also had, like, if I recall correctly, she had like Graceland and other people from Mr. Enter's team as admins and moderators, including Rosa Ray Ramsey. Rosa Ray Ramsey, she was more like a moderator than an admin because Rosa was trying to learn on how to moderate that kind of Discord server and stuff. If I recall correctly,
may as well learn
Star and I gave her some tips about it, like within the server.
You may as well have learned the how to. May as well have learned how to be. May as well learn how to be a freaking. Yeah, I'm at a loss for words. Even more so than I usually am.
Because in the server we also had like an admins and moderators chat.
What did you like about Star Giant, like, personally?
What I liked about Star Giant was her content, and I also liked that she shared the same political ideologies as mine. There was a political chat that we've had, like where we discussed about politics and all of that. I also thought to myself that sometimes politics keeps people close, when in reality, like looking back at it, it does not keep people close at all.
It doesn't.
Kept people
like, at all.
Like being torn apart. Kids easily get into politics nowadays. I got into politics at a very younger age.
Was there any like red flags about how the Discord server was run that kind of irked you a little bit, considering that you were like a administrator?
What kind of irked me the wrong way was that sometimes in voice chats, Star Giant can go off the rails. I've told her that kind of stuff before, and she kept doing it again and again.
Off the rails is in like with like her personality, like her anger, like
yeah, like that, along with her personal life. Like she sometimes goes into too much detail about it. Overshare about how she got sexually assaulted by a trans man, including how she got abused by her parents. I'm not saying this is a bad thing. Like, it's good to talk about, like, coming forward about being abused by your parents, but she would also say, like, I hope they fucking die or some shit like that. And to me back then, I was like, this is too far.
Yeah, I know I'm kinda... It's gonna sound weird coming from me, but I have genuine doubts about her and Star Giant's story about being sexually assaulted. But that's honestly just me. And the fact that Star Giant is a confirmed liar. And honestly, as a bit of a spoiler, Star Giant was apparently not as didn't have as strained as of a relationship with their parents as they let on, since their mom apparently just tried to help them file a defamation suit with Mr. Enter that ultimately went nowhere. Despite the fact that it would have ultimately outed Star Giant as being a trans person at the time. And their parents were allegedly transphobic. Yeah. Why I kind of doubts about the sexual assault from the trans man. And keep in mind, they are doubts. They're not things I can definitively prove. Maybe they actually did get assaulted. But I just want to express some doubts with the story. I'm not doubting Anon. They just...
didn't like
They're
about
just
Rebecca
the
was
messenger
the ban
here.
list, the secret ban list where they banned Lily Orchard, Cosmodor, and many other people, and I'm just like, isn't that kind of dictatorship? While I do agree to some extent that the information about these people are like valid, but now looking back at it, I'm just like, oh dear. I was just like, Rebecca, are these people really abusive? She never gave me any straight answer whatsoever. She was just like, yes. Like, I was just like, okay.
How did Star Giant affect your mental health?
We would talk every night, in voice chats. That affected my sleep, and that also affected my school grades, because I was still in high school back then. Looking back at, what happened with me and Star Giant, it affected me greatly, and sometimes when I think of her, I just want to fucking kill her. After what she did to me, after what Rosa did to me, after what Necopon did to everybody in that server, because how Necopon got into the Discord server was that she shared, like, the same servers as Phantom Striders. They were once friends, and they were also an artist. How I found out was the Twitter thread, including the emails, and I asked Nekopan what happened, and then she started to say, "Oh, they're accusing me of being a groomer," and I was like, "Was that true?" And then she said, "I had sexual conversations with minors," and then I told Star Giant about what's going on, and then I told her what happened, and Star Giant decided to choose Nekopan over me. I didn't show off screenshots about what happened. I just told her what Nekopan told me, and then Star Giant says, "I'm breaking up with you," because she
Poor
didn't
girl.
believe the evidence.
Because she got that email
Tenderfoot.
from some user
Yeah,
on
I just-
Discord about the thread and everything, and she just kind of
I just
completely
can't call them
disregarded
good.
it.
Dude, it's bad like
Once
gender.
you
circle.
and Star Giant split, did she like kick you out of the Discord server and kept Nekopan in there?
Yes, and not only that, but before she kicked me out, my parents found out about me and Star Giant, and that's when my dad was very angry, and rightfully so, and my mom was also angry and rightfully so, and that's when they start to tell me to write down a confession that I wasn't being abused, I wasn't hit or anything. It was Star Giant who was manipulating me and grooming me. Star Giant was very upset, and then I got banned from the server. It pretty much embarrassed me a lot, and I told my dad that I don't think it's a good idea, because what if people harass me and stuff? And then my dad says, if people harass you, then just block them or mute them.
Why did your parents think that the route to going about taking care of somebody that you claim is grooming you as a minor, why did they think the route was to make a confessional? Like, did they want to post it to the internet or something?
Yeah, looking back at it, it was not a good idea, because it literally caused Rosa Ray Ramsey and other people to hurt.
Oh, thanks, Tony. Sorry, I was distracted by the video.
Harass me.
We can kind of shift into Rosa a little bit, because there's an infamous call going around about a collection of YouTubers who kind of go after predators. I guess that's their whole gig, and they really
Allegedly.
in on Rosa a lot, to a point that people are kind of sympathetic to Rosa, and it kind of confused people on who Rosa is and whether or not she even deserved what happened in that call. I assume that you, who's somebody who's claiming that they were harassed by Rosa, would think a little differently.
Mm-hmm. She would keep mentioning me, she would stalk me, harass me, and not only that, but she would also send me, like, fictional gore, like Corpse Party.
As like a death threat?
Yes, and another death threat I remember is Rosa LARPing as Stryker from Hell of a Boss.
Did you ever block Rosa? Like, because obviously your parents are telling you if you get harassed.
Yeah,
just
I
block
know,
these
they're
people. Did
talking
you
about that.
block Rosa? Did that ever stop her?
No, it did not stop her at all. She would continue mentioning about me after I blocked her.
I see. So she would just at you even though you had her blocked. So even though you didn't see any of it, it was pretty obvious that she was still constantly talking about you.
Mm-hmm. And not only that, but she would also, like, say that I belong in hell.
So what was she so mad at you for?
That I lied about being abused by my parents. How Star Giant and I had a grooming relationship is because, we decided that after my parents, told me that I should break up with Star because she's grooming me, Star Giant started to brainwash me thinking that my parents are abusive and they are manipulative. I got brainwashed into it. There was that idea of me and Star moving in together. During the voice call, she would send me, like, Giantess and Vor art and other fetish art as well.
So you would say with the fetish art that you guys had a romantic relationship but also a sort of sexual relationship?
Yes.
Knowing what you know about Nekopan, right? Considering that they self-confessed to you their personal, like, relationships with minors and being sexual with minors, in retrospect, given everything that's happened, do you see parallels in your own relationship with Star Giant as you do with Nekopan?
Yes. I see parallels and patterns of it.
Do you think that's the reason why Rebecca chose Nekopan over you? Because, you know, you know the saying that predators will protect each other?
Yes, that's pretty much why. I sometimes wish that if I had to go back in time, I would tell my past self not to date her.
By the time 2021 comes around, you get this video about Enter talking about how toxic Star Giant was. We can talk about that first video first, and then we can talk about the more recent one, because that's where he mentions your whole situation. But when you first saw the first video where he just talks about her in, like, her workplace harassment and underpaying staff, did any of that information remotely shock you?
It did shock me. Like, it really did. That I didn't know Rebecca was doing this behind the scenes, and she didn't tell me any of that.
You had no idea that, like, that's how she behaved in Enter server. You were under the impression that, like, she and Enter were good.
Yes, it did shock me a lot, and it also shocked me even more that she would also talk to these people like that. The thoughts were in my head was, oh my god, somebody finally heard me out. I reached out to the social email, and I told them thank you so much, and then I went up to and then the social email gave me Mr. Enter's actual email, and I told him, John, I seriously could not thank you enough, because I was pushed aside, thrown into the mud, and I was mocked multiple fucking times. Not only that, but I sided with the wrong people who were handling the Nekopan investigation.
Was it kind of, like, relieving to... I know this kind of sounds fucked up to say, but, like, is it relieving to know that you weren't the only one that kind of got fucked over?
It was very relieving that I wasn't the only one. And not only that, but I had to bury the hatchet with a few of the people. And one of these people was Graceland, and when Graceland and I were talking together, she wasn't prepared for me to show her the conversations we've had. And I reminded her before I showed her the screenshots is, hey, just wanted to let you know that I wanted to show you what happened. I'm not throwing the hatchet at you. I'm softly giving you one hatchet, that way the two of us could put it onto the people that have hurt us. Though it's going to take some time for us to, like, rebuild, you know? I could be pretty picky when it comes to content creators. Like, if there are bigger content creators that are very trustworthy with, like, research and evidence, and they listen to the victim's sides and all sides of the story, yes, I would love for that to happen.
As a victim yourself, what would be, like, the best approach when covering Star Giant Productions?
The best coverage is interview the victims and interview Mr. Enter, because we want everybody to hear them out instead of just being like, oh, this person did this, oh, this person did that, oh, this person is da-da-da-da-da. Like, you're supposed to hear this person out, and you're also supposed to, like, care for the victims, you know?
In terms of, because you mentioned, like, getting all sides of the stories and hearing out the victims, would that, in extent, require that they get, like, at least some sort of statement from Rebecca herself? I mean, I know it'd be impossible now, considering she retreated from the internet, but...
Yeah, I believe that's a more better idea.
So you agree to an extent, like, even though you're accusing her of, like, all this horrible shit, that she should at least have some sort of statement out there as well. That's pretty mature, all things considered, given that you got royally fucked over by her. What do you think should happen to Star Giant? Like, do you think there should be any legal action that's gonna get pushed on her? Because I know that Enter said that he wanted to do that.
Yes, we believe that legal action is a very brilliant idea, and it'll be enough for Rosa, it'll be enough for Nekopan, and it'll be enough for Rebecca to be behind bars, and it will also bring us a very huge hope of justice. And I would have no problem coming forward and say I am a victim of Rebecca Starlight, and I have been groomed by her since 2019.
Do you believe that Star Giant Productions should be anywhere near children? I guess if we're on the topic of grooming.
No, I do not believe she would be near children. If we see her again, fucking delete her channel. So I do believe Rebecca Starlight is a very dangerous individual, and she She is not safe around kids. She is not safe around adults. She is not safe around anybody around her because she is a criminal. She is vile. It fucking angers me that she would retreat like that. And, well, it both angers me, yet it also makes me laugh because her response to everything in that final Discord message, it literally makes Colleen Ballinger's Toxic Gossip Train song look like the best Grammy Award-winning song in comparison.
What would accountability look like to you?
Coming up to somebody, asking them for forgiveness and telling them what they're gonna do as steps, and not being on the internet ever again. I do not believe she deserves to be online.
Is there anything else you would like to say to Star Giant Productions?
Star Giant, if you're listening or watching this video, reconsider everything within your life, and you should also reconsider every fucking decision you made towards me, towards Enter, and everybody around. If you are listening carefully and listening to how much pain you've caused me, and if you ever try contacting my parents or whoever is close to me, I will prove them that my family is more stronger than yours. And I will also further prove that I have current friends like Lazy, John, and everybody who are standing right behind me and in front of me. If you ever try to bring up Nekopon or Rosa as shields, I will further prove that they will melt down like lava. I want you to be gone.
Now, I'm sure that Rebecca will play her similar tactics. You know, you're an abuser. You're lying about me. I'm actually not an abuser.
She did. They did. They definitely did that.
And everything I did was legal. Only the law can determine if someone is a pedophile.
So if she's a pedophile or not, that is up for the police to decide, and not me. And not the internet either.
Oh yeah, let's talk about that, by the way. It is now time for my favorite part of this video, asking why Rebecca is like this. So, believe it or not, Rebecca has actually faced legal troubles before. Not for endangering minors or withholding information about the criminal activities of her associates. Oh, no. No, that's not what happened. Rebecca made a now deleted video about the Netflix cartoon 12 Forever. This video brought focus to the creator of the show, Julia Vickerman. Now, Julia had a very concerning past on her Tumblr. This includes a post where she lusts and follows around a 14-year-old boy at a carnival. At the time that she wrote this, she was 26
Julia, leave them
years old.
kids alone.
She also was fired from her own show and replaced with Shadi Potosky after staff came forward of her repeated sexual harassment. Rebecca would make a video calling Julia a pedophile and was sent a cease and desist for slander and defamation by Julia Vickerman. She was only able to dodge a legal charge because she took the video down.
In 2019, I accused someone else of being a creep, but then they got their lawyer to try to sue me, but I was able to avoid it because I took the video down, and I was afraid if I called Neko a creep, I would have had the same issue. Plus, she wasn't arrested, so that kind of had problems.
Since then, Rebecca declared that she would not call anyone a pedophile unless it was determined by the court.
Yeah, Bickerman, I hate to break it to you, but it ain't slander if it's true. You are, in fact, a pedophile. And a sexual harasser. Exactly like Stargite, now that I think about it.
Of law. This coming from the same person that would call this My Little Pony parody of Game of Thrones pedophilia.
Rarity is a dangerous pedophile. That is what this episode is.
And she made this claim, by the way, 2 years after getting the cease and desist. Rebecca also has 22 people banned from her server for pedophilia, except the people that she labels a pedophile have not been to court for what they did. So Rebecca is really scared of getting sued for calling Julia Vickerman a pedophile, but she has no issue calling these other public figures pedophiles? And the thing is, I actually would be in favor of Rebecca calling these people out, including Julia Vickerman. They all have publicly accessible dirt that backs up what Rebecca is saying. I mean, is she using the right terminology? I don't know, probably not, but it's not like these things are like lies or anything. But now for some reason, she just doesn't want to do the right thing, like, ever, even when it's happening right under her fucking nose. Rebecca wants us to forgive and forget. These things shouldn't be held over her head and constantly brought up if she's learned from them and promised to be better.
Your sins should not be forgotten, Rebecca. No, they should. If enough time has passed, then it's best to move on from them, especially when they're minor or might not exist.
And you know what? Sure, if you're actively trying to be better, if you're taking the steps to hold yourself accountable, and you're reassuring something like Nekopan will never happen again, if you take more responsibility, then maybe people will be willing to see this as a mistake. They won't move past it due to the complete hypocrisy of it, and because you are doomed to repeat the horrible shit you do if you aren't reminded of it. Once would have been a terrible, horrible mistake. But this wasn't a one-time thing. This was several times. I mean, it was even happening potentially in your own relationship. And any attempt to get you to understand how bad you fucked up is meant with a resounding nuh-uh!
By the logic of reality, I did nothing wrong. I'm Rebecca Starlight. Either realize that I'm fine the way that I am and start watching my new videos, or just leave me alone. If you think I'm still an awful person to this day despite me proving my side, or just don't care, get a fucking life.
If these 3-hour torture sessions is indicative of anything, it's that Rebecca won't learn unless she is called out for it. Rebecca is so dangerously stupid that it takes videos like these to get her to do fucking anything. This could have been handled in private. Hell, in Enter's very first video addressing Rebecca, he preferred to have never had this shit publicly out there.
I was perfectly fine not telling anyone about any of this. I didn't even tell anyone that you got fired until you started talking. And I would have been perfectly happy to keep all of this under wraps. But no, even now you can't seem to stop talking about yourself.
But because Rebecca can never learn to keep her personal beef off of the internet, now all of her past associates are coming for her head. And the reality is, it's all her own fault.
Because in John's latest video on Rebecca, I state that the inciting incident that made me really question my employment with her was when she told me to masturbate to photos of her when both of us had girlfriends. I'm gonna give you the full story on that. So okay. I was in a mall. I was in like a very chill, very quiet place in the mall, not a lot of people there. I was just scrolling through my phone and I saw a pop-up for like a Rebecca server, and because the name of her server is so ungodly long, I couldn't really see like the name of the channel that she was posting in, and so I clicked on it, and then I was just met with a lot more Rebecca than I ever wanted to see, and I almost threw up when that happened.
Now, was this the server that she posted it in? Did it have like minors in it?
I think this was like in her main server when because I know she declared that to not have like anyone under the age of 18 in that server. Mm-hmm. Well, I don't think there were any minors, but it's ridiculously easy to like fake your age on the internet, unfortunately.
Oh, thank goodness we're back to the basic cringe.
So that was rough. That was really rough. So let's get back to the funny ha-has for this final segment. Rebecca Starlight hosted an Indiegogo campaign for what she described in loose terms as an animated series called Witches.
Witches, creatures that are pure evil, born from the innocence of girls that have gone bad. They terrorize, kill the innocent, lead them to their doom. Humans have always fought back witches, witch burnings, witch trials, all done in their view of what they believe in to protect this place called Earth. Because a witch is pure evil, so saith the human race. But what if one of these witches wasn't evil? What if one witch could be good? Imagine if one of these girls that got cursed and turned into a witch actually still remained their nice selves. Wouldn't that be great? I want to bring you all the story of a witch that was able to beat society, to prove to everyone that she wasn't evil. She's gonna have to go through prejudice, hardship, friend loss, betrayal, and other witch trials per se. This is the story of a witch named Rebecca Starlight and her friends that she has, both the old and the new.
However, there are clear discrepancies between what is being advertised with what is in her own scripts and with her follow-up Q&A regarding her project. According to the Indiegogo pitch, this was gonna be an animated show that was about witches who are actually good witches and they go on adventures or something.
Witches, the Star Giant Productions campaign is a campaign for the Star Giant Productions channel, aka my channel, to add new characters to various videos in my video series. These are 5 new original characters meant to each tell a story. 6 if you want to count the incubator.
And it serves to be the origin story of Rebecca's channel character. Look, this isn't like the most original idea in the world, but for fans of her channel, an origin to Rebecca Starlight the Witch, I don't know, it might be something. In her follow-up Q&A, Rebecca says that the story would focus on this girl, Anna Bristol, being the main character, and that this male character would just be like a representation of Rebecca's past self?
Anna Bristol, the main character, is a cutesy, innocent, happy woman. She loves to be wacky, silly, and doesn't believe in ice cream freezes your brain if you eat it too fast. She's not exactly the brightest one out there. But don't tell her that, that's not really nice.
I don't know, I guess it's a trans awakening story? It's a metaphor. Rebecca also says that all of the characters were over the age of 18.
All of them are ages 26 to 28 at present, though in different stories they could be younger or older.
But when you read the scripts provided in the description, not only is it made very clear that these characters are in high school, but this male character named Ryan is 15 years old. The funniest part about these scripts is that it's just a complete ripoff of Madoka Magica. I am not even kidding. Like, everything from like the amount of characters to the color palettes of each character to...
Yeah, here's a bit of a fun fact, by the way. Okay, it's not really that fun of a fact, but apparently the main reason that this script hasn't really been read out loud, it turns out, is because, yeah, similar to what happened with Chelsea, Star Giant put in characters who are actually her IRL friends as stand-ins. And sadly, no one could figure out which ones were whom. So, yeah, sadly, that was the dramatic reading of this Madoka knockoff. Is probably not going to happen anytime soon. Which is a bit of a shame. And it sounds funny as shit.
Their powers being like an assigned weapon and like some sort of ability, to these characters not even being witches anymore. I'm not even kidding. In the script, they specifically say that they are magical girls who fight off witches, not that they are witches. Like, I'm not even fucking shitting you. It is just Madoka Magica. It is literally just a ripoff of Madoka Magica. To prove the plagiarism here is on James Somerton levels of horrendous, Maddie provided testimony in Mr. Enter's second video on Rebecca. He made character concept art
Days about Somerton taking a love NL
also
0
about witches.
Call it a coincidence, but right as I gained the confidence to start a Patreon and produce a comic series that also involves witches, Rebecca launches a Kickstarter for a show called Witches, and it's a less tragic, more wholesome ripoff of Madoka Magica. She's even aware of what I've been trying to accomplish, as I posted concept art on her Discord server quite a few times. She even tried getting me to donate to her Indiegogo. and one of her characters shares similar designs and characteristics to one of mine.
He shared it on Rebecca's server, and within that week, Rebecca would launch her Indiegogo, having completely ripped off one of Maddie's character designs. But the most egregious form of copyright infringement is this fucking thing. This is Corbin. He is an incubator that grants only girls magical powers after they wish upon him. This is literally just Cube, but black. It is Cube, but he can say the N-word. Now, in terms of how Indie...
Okay, you're not wrong, Lazy, but please shut up.
Indiegogo works. If you run a campaign that has a flexible goal, you can pull out the funds as soon as you hit $500 of the campaign. Rebecca barely made that. 4 people donated to this, by the way. 4 people who paid for the reward incentive of a special thanks. God, if only they paid to the highest tier of $500, maybe they would have gotten a poster. You know what's even fucking dumber? The fact that Rebecca distributed the funds within this, like, pie chart thing? Animation is the 3rd prioritized in the budget over editing and miscellaneous. Whereas the lowest priority of payment is to the voice actors, because of course, Rebecca is truly running this thing like a true Hollywood executive. I also find this laughable that most of the budget is going into paying the editors, despite the fact that she can barely pay Graceland $20 for an hour-long editing job. So obviously, with Rebecca's lack of faith and horrible pitch with this thing, it went completely nowhere. However, Rebecca did meet the pullout criteria for her stretch goal, and because of that, she is obligated to try and deliver. But, you know, let's be honest, she's not gonna do that, because the day after the Indiegogo concluded, Rebecca got caught up in a scam promising her a sequel to Monsters vs. Aliens. You see what? You see
Yeah,
what I did there?
sounds
You
about
see what I
right.
did there? Now that Ginormica reference, now that makes sense. Now that was actually foreshadowing. I'm so smart. I know. I'm a great YouTuber. I know. I'm intelligent. Anyways, what a fucking idiot.
That's dumb. You should kill yourself.
I am not toxic or abusive. I have never been toxic or abusive, and I never will be toxic or abusive. I am not a bad boss. I am a great boss. I will stand by these statements forever. I am not a narcissist, John, and I do not have narcissistic personality disorder.
As of the making of this video, Star Giant Productions has been completely wiped from the internet. The YouTube channel is gone, her servers have been deleted, her Twitter account is deactivated. All that is left is this final message to her Discord. You are all owed an explanation. And if you must cut ties with me forever, I will not blame you. All I ask is that you hear me out. In February 2021, a person came up to me about her being a groomer. I could not find any evidence indicating that she was one. In August 2021, a group of people came up to me telling me to get rid of her. So I gave in and fired and blocked her. I unfortunately do not have the screenshots to provide.
Oh, don't worry, it's almost over, Alex.
That was on an old Discord account. Let me be clear. I do not support pedophilia ever. If Ariana, her real name, is an actual pedophile, then I want her arrested. As of right now, she is not in prison. I do not consider myself guilty in all of this. If I am found guilty, then I will take the consequences of my actions. A lot of the wiki editing was them claiming that I supported groomers. I do not. There is a specific reason I do not talk to minors online. So if me stating that I don't support groomers is vandalism, then I am a vandal. I have not contacted a single member of Enter's team since June of 2023, when I sent that angry deviant art note to John. The only thing since then that I ever done was edit this wiki on Enter's site that claimed that I supported groomers. The site always within 24 hours reverts the edit and still accused me of a crime. So a few nights ago, I jokingly wrote I did nothing wrong, just to see what would happen. Then someone re-edited, I think it was Sarah, and he said, "Nice try, Rebecca." I only ever edited the site a total of 6 times. 5 if you don't count that joke. Any other stuff of me harassing was in my addressing my abuse video. Oh, and John is saying that my campaign is fraud, even though I stated everything in the campaign. She has not been arrested to this day, but people are still thinking that I helped her with her grooming when I never did. In March 2023, I was in a VC with Lyle and the Senate. They were telling me to go along with something. I did not comply. The something was to do an extra call. I gave them an extended time to send screenshot evidence. They did not comply. Phineas tried to get me to do the same thing in October of 2023. I again did not comply. And he got me banned from Skateforellis' server. Whatever you think of me after today is fine. I'm not gonna add you onto any list. And I am done with YouTube. I will not make another video again. I'm done. Even if I did win, I just don't have the motivation anymore. This is Rebecca Starlight, signing out for the very last time. Now, do I believe that this is the last time we shall see Rebecca? No, not even in the slightest. I've demonstrated numerous times throughout this video that Rebecca is the stupidest person on the internet, and it doesn't even fucking come close. She's gonna go dark for a while and come back under the guise of a new persona, hoping that you'll forget everything she's ever done. This person fell for the equivalent of a Nigerian prince scam, raised funds for an animated show with no animation experience, calls everyone around her an abuser based on minor infractions, will get her friends to recount their stories of sexual abuse to make Rebecca look better, and take the word of a predator over her own girlfriend, whom she dated and planned to move in with when they were allegedly 17. She also made a 17-year-old draw fetish art for her and paid little to nothing to the ones helping her with her shitty YouTube channel. If that doesn't spell out stupid, I don't know what does. Enter is planning on pursuing this matter legally and prosecuting Rebecca for these crimes. Will it stick? I don't know, probably not. Look, it's worth a try at least, but from my personal experience, right, usually the law doesn't really give a shit about, like, cyber crimes unless you're distributing, like, child pornography. Or you're trying to meet up with children that you sexted over the internet. And listen, look, I'm not a lawyer, so maybe a legal expert will look at this and say that there is a good legal case here. But it's too often that I see people wanting to press criminal charges against someone that they've exposed on the internet, and lawyers don't really give two shits. And listen, I am not saying this because I don't want Enter to push for legal consequences. I think if he has the capabilities, he should. And if he needs the funding, it really wouldn't hurt to try. And even if it doesn't work out, he should refund people who helped him support the legal case. Rebecca nuking herself off of the internet is a great first step though, and I hope her retreating from her position of online influence brings peace to the Enter team. After working on investigating this person for 2 years, I really hope it was worth it. And I truly hope that everyone has found peace and is satisfied with what they did. Because honestly, y'all did an amazing job. And you know, this is coming from somebody who investigated a gore freak for a year. Y'all did a good job. I want to end this video with a topic that doesn't come up much in, like, the commentary world: forgiving someone who did shitty things. Cause see, Rebecca really wants people to forgive her and just move on. Is it possible for Rebecca to achieve that though? Well, at this point, probably not. How could Rebecca in any capacity try and make this right?
As far as Rebecca goes, I have no idea how she can seek redemption, because a lot of the people that she hurt don't want anything to do with her ever again, and I don't see that changing. There is nothing that I want to say personally to Rebecca ever again, really. She has crossed that threshold too much. Rebecca Starlight is not a good person, that's the lesson.
So, in conclusion, Rebecca sucks. What does accountability even look like? Do you think that there's even a chance for her to actually be held accountable and make things right?
Absolutely not, no. Because we just spent like the past hour discussing her crimes and everything that she's did, and I don't think she even understands the definition of accountability. Accountability is not a word in her vocabulary, to put it lightly. Because as previously established, she's not good at apologizing when it comes to things. And the way she apologized to me, it was just like, oh, you know, you can still come back to my inner circles and work for me if you want. I was just like, bro, bitch, I am out. I do not care what happens to you anymore.
What does accountability look like? Do you think that there's a chance for her to like properly take accountability, just try to make things right in general, to a point that like the people she's hurt have some form of peace now through something that she actually tries to do to try to make it better?
I think for her, accountability would just be to admit that she's actually done all the shit that she is accused of. Because she keeps saying, no, I'm not, no, I'm not, no, I'm not. I'm like, shut up. Acknowledge that you've at least fucked up. And she'll say that she's fucked up. But then she'll be like, I'm not wrong. I fucked up, but I'm not wrong. And I'm like, that's not taking accountability.
What does accountability look like for you? And do you think that there's a chance for her to actually like properly take accountability and make things right?
I do not believe that Rebecca could ever take accountability for what she did. I don't think she's the kind of person who can really accept what she did was wrong. I just don't think she's that kind of person. And I'm not really sure what that would even look like, because a lot of people say shit about like, oh, they need to take accountability, they need to say sorry and all that, but then when they do, they get upset about it. So I'm not really sure what taking accountability looks like in terms of like internet standards, because I don't think anyone who even asks people to take accountability know what they're asking for either.
That's
true. Yeah, I think the closest we've ever gotten to an apology video that actually works as an apology was the whole Try Guy situation with Ned, with three of the Try Guys on the couch going like, hey, this is what happened, this is why it's wrong, this is why we had to let go of our fourth member, this was unacceptable behavior and we are deeply sorry for anyone who was hurt. And that is probably the best example we have of a YouTuber taking accountability. And it was three YouTubers who didn't even do anything wrong. They were associated with someone who did something wrong.
But why is that? Why can't Rebecca make this just go away?
Your sins should not be forgotten, Rebecca. No, they should. If enough time has passed, then it's best to move on from them, especially when they're minor or might not exist.
It's because by wanting it to just go away, she wants to forget it ever happened. Look, there are some things that you can just forgive and forget. Other things are not. And in this case with Rebecca Starlight, the past can't just stay in the past. When you have a repeat track record of offenses and a history of deflecting from criticism or taking accountability, then people are gonna keep talking about the shitty things you did until you own up to your own shit. Narcissism.
Yeah, we still talk about their shitty behavior. Especially since they apparently made a comeback or at least tried to make a comeback. Let's see how long they actually stay off.
Is something that gets paired with Rebecca a lot. But what does it really mean? Narcissism is a personality trait that is defined as the excessive interest in oneself, exceeding the regard of other people. In psychology, narcissists have a form of entitlement of oneself, a lack of empathy, and a need for admiration. Now, this should be made clear that you can display narcissistic traits and behaviors, but not be diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder, which is a diagnosis through multiple repeated behaviors of narcissistic traits. And look, I'm not here to diagnose Rebecca with anything. I'm not a psychologist. But in this case, calling Rebecca a narcissist is not diagnosing her with a personality disorder. It's simply recognizing her lack of accountability as part of her narcissistic behavior. Denying any wrongdoings, having a grandiose sense of self, failing to admit obvious fault until she is pushed to recognize her wrongdoings by other people, and constantly shifting the blame on everyone but herself. Because of these repeated behaviors, there is no chance, as of right now, that Rebecca is ever gonna get any better. If she really wants the internet to forgive her and forget, there is a lot of work that she's gonna have to do in addressing her own personality before she can properly take accountability. Can it be done? I don't know, maybe? But if she really wants that to happen, she needs to stay off the internet. forming an echo chamber of fans to reconfirm their shitty behavior is not gonna help them get any better. Without the sway of her fan base and online community, she may have the time to just sit down with herself and reflect. And that's gonna take a lot of work. So until then, Rebecca, stay gone.
They did not stay gone, unfortunately.
What the hell has your life been since the release of this content?
While I made the big hour-long video, I had to put a lot of my emotions aside while working on it for obvious reasons. And in the past month since it came out, I've been kind of feeling that, basically. It's been...
the emotions coming back to you.
Yeah, it's been kind of tricky getting back into a regular schedule. I think a couple of the people who worked on it are just taking a full-on break from the internet because it was that much of a taxing situation.
Did you have any intentions to try to take an online break since then, or are you gonna just go back as business as usual?
I've been trying to go back to business as usual. I mean, it's probably not the best idea, but it's YouTube, and I need to work a job.
What's been your life, man? What has been going on in your personal life ever since all of this has happened? Give us a post-Rebecca recap.
This is fucking total drama aftermath. Jesus Christ. You know, I would love to say that my life is better. It's all happiness and rainbows and blah blah blah. But realistically, I'm still facing a lot of hardship mentally. I'm still kind of dealing with my own personal issues. I would say no longer being tied to Rebecca, I'm better, but I say that loosely because I knew Rebecca, I was dragged into more useless shit.
So my YouTube is mintkitten, same as my Discord username. I'd like to leave a message more for Rebecca's victims than for Rebecca herself. She doesn't. I've talked enough with her. She doesn't need to hear more shit from me. So for Rebecca's victims, I meant what I said. I wish you the most comfortable obscurity. I wish better for you. I wish better friends. I wish better employers. I wish a better life for each and every single one of you. And yeah, I just want better for you, all of you, every single one.
To Rebecca, stay gone, please. Don't wear out any other people. Just stay away from everyone, including me, please. And as to anyone else in your audience, be careful who you work with. Be careful who commissions you for everything, because scam artists exist. Go follow my Instagram. Go subscribe to my YouTube channel, and consider supporting me on Patreon, because I need money, man, please.
His commissions are open. Here's the sheet. Give him money. What are some good things that are going on in your life right now that you want people to know about?
That I am taking therapy, and I am also working at a job, and not only working at a job, but also taking care of my family.
Yeah, that was Lazy Bedhead's video on Star Giant, Burnt Out Star. And yeah, if you could believe, this was only the tip of the iceberg for the Star Giant lore. But we'll go over that some other time, because, yeah, let's face it, there's hours worth of content on that alone. Yeah, it's actually getting kind of late for me on my end, so yeah, I think I'll go ahead and finish this pick offline. I'd like to thank everyone for coming tonight, and I will see you all next time. Take care, everyone.